Good morning, everyone. We are starting at 10:05 this morning. People still keep arriving to join our Microsoft Teams conversation, where we have quite an unconventional conference because usually we meet face to face. But of course, given the circumstances, this is the first election conference we have had so far, which is held online. Today, I'm in the Students' Representation's office. Maybe you won't be able to see the view through the window, but I'm happy to be able to finish my year in the office here at the Students' Representations office. And we will discuss what we have done in 2019-2020. And we will be electing our new leader of the organization and new commission, revision commission. So we already have rehearsals held in the courtyard. We can see that the life is starting little by little going back to normal in our university. And our rector is present in this conference. So he was just recently elected. And he was sworn. His first official appearance was online because we already had the quarantine, and he was unable to do this officially for the first time in the history of our university. So he will have now the floor. Good morning, students. Dear Claudius, Vice Minister, I'm extremely happy to see so many people in this very important meeting. This is this beautiful Saturday morning. These are all very important people in our education system. I would like to thank everybody for their work, especially for their attitude, for their input in this very difficult time. Thank you for participating in all the organizational matters, both in the university and at the state level, related to scholarships and other matters. You were really good in representing students. I'm happy that the students are very willing, open to deal with this recent challenge. We hadn't been prepared to it, but I think that more or less we were able to successfully continue our work. And this has been a great input done by the university and the students. The situation, the pandemic situation is still continuing, but little by little we're trying to return to the university, to our classrooms, and to come back to our university life. This period has helped us form or attain new skills. But what always has been important in the university through the years is cooperation, communication between students and teachers. We're an open community within the university. We need to strengthen the role of the university at the state level. And we need also to be very visible in the projects that we're implementing, the one that is students to pupils, pupils to students. Also, we are visible in the national health centers activities. I hope that the students' representations of unit will be important in the future as well as it is now. So I will be looking forward to the initiatives that you will propose in the future. We're looking forward to the new team that will be formed. We hope that you will be active in the future and will help implement this university's projects. And we're looking forward to an open dialogue, honest dialogue. Sometimes some projects or programs are not implemented because there is some lack of determination to implement them. So, for example, the logo of university and all the related all what's related to it. It took quite a long time to create this symbol, so to say. So we need to continue the social dialogue, to be very determined, to be responsible for our community. We need also to strengthen our identity. This is very important. And also we need to strengthen our visibility, to have our brand as the Vilnius University to be visible and well known in the society. When I first entered the university, and for me at the time, the students' role was very influential, other students' role. So I wish all the best to Claudius and his team. I thank you for your work, for your sensitivity, especially to those sensitive topics that were tackled in the last months. In the context of pandemic, you were really able to work successfully. I hope that we will meet face to face, that we will raise glasses to be able to celebrate or drink a beer to be able to celebrate the last term in the office. And so I hope you will continue strengthening the representative students' role. I hope that you will continue to criticize us, to advise us, to improve the studies programs, and that you will also, in any way possible, contribute with your know-how and your skills to the life in the university. So for all the continuous members and all the ones who joined recently, I wish a very fruitful day, and I hope that you will have later a very good evening after this great discussion. Thank you, Rector, for this welcoming speech. You've already mentioned a person whom I would like to give the floor to today. I'm very grateful that he was able to join us today on this Saturday morning. I'm sure that he has a busy schedule. So this is the Vice Minister of the Education and Sports Ministry, Valdemaras Razuma. You have the floor. Morning. Rector, the President of the Students' Representation Office, dear students. By saying dear students, I'm being honest, because I used to work until 2018 in the university, and I was very present in the students' life. As was mentioned by the rector and the president, we've survived a very extreme and difficult period in our country, which this period was also present in all over the world. Everybody found it hard to cope. And the health minister, who was the head of the operations for managing the pandemic, so the health minister said that as of Monday of next week, we are able to return to the classrooms in schools, in universities. Non-formal education will also be allowed. Of course, there will be strict requirements in place to ensure everybody is safe. Social distancing, distancing in general. 1 meter distance is advised. Also, to reduce the contact as much as possible, so that students wouldn't have to contact the additional staff in the university, such as the cleaners, etc., if there is no need, just to reduce the risk as much as possible. There was an initiative by the students of the Vilnius University, so they on their own will participated in the hospitals. So I would like to extend the thanks of the minister for this initiative. So I'm very happy that the students were very active during this period. I would like to say that on the state level, we felt that the students of Vilnius University and the students of the representations office were very active. We always are willing and we are always inviting the students of the Vilnius University to participate in our work group meetings, in our discussions, to provide proposals. And those proposals by the students usually are quite objective and very useful. We were discussing the prices, university prices in 2020, and the students advised us that we need to raise the incentive scholarship because, of course, we need to take into the account that the living conditions and the minimal wage. So I would like to say that we did take into account these proposals by the students. As you know, there is around 2,200 students who receive social grants in the university, and we think that we need to raise this scholarship to 253 euros or 4 euros per month. And there was an unanimous decision to change the law and to ensure that the grants are raised. We agreed to raise almost twofold the social grant, but we wanted to do this as of January of 2021. But if the parliament approves this proposal, then this means we will need to find financial funds as of the 1st of July of 2021. The students of Vilnius University are very active, very vocal in the meetings of our committees. The government thinks that this, what I've just mentioned, needs to be done. So these examples prove that the leaders of the Students' Representation Office are very active, are very proactive. They provide many, many proposals, which are very good. Next Wednesday, I don't know if it will be the new president or the old president, there will be a meeting held. And we will discuss the law related to education system. So we will also be expecting very, very active participation by the students from the Students' Representation Office. So I wish you all the best in the future and in your future endeavors. You've chosen to organize this conference on this very beautiful day, and even though we're not able to meet face to face, I believe this is a very important meeting for the students of Vilnius University. And I wish all the best to the new president that will be elected. So all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. I personally was very happy to be able to work with you together. So for the upcoming 3 weeks, I will still be working in this position. Looking forward to continue working with you. I'm thankful for the open dialogue we've managed to keep with the ministry and the government, and I would like to extend my thanks on behalf of myself and the representations office for your positive attitude and for the willingness to find solutions and which are good for everyone. And the last opening speech will be given to our friends, Lukas Kornelijus Vaičiakas, who is the president of the youth organization of Lithuania. Good morning. As the rector has mentioned and the vice minister has mentioned, I'm very happy that I'm able to open this conference. I wasn't very active, unfortunately, during my studies as a member of students' representation. And I would like to extend my thanks to the whole team for your continuous work, hard work. I'm very happy that we discover new things about each other. We understand each other better and better every day. I'm very happy that last year we managed to sign a transparency declaration together with other organizations. And the very important project, which is still ongoing, the one Students for Pupils, Pupils for Students. I'm very happy for our cooperation, for your representation of the students' interests. And I'm looking forward to working with the new team, and I hope that it will not be anything worse, that it will be as it is or even better. I will be looking forward to the activities report because I've kept in touch with Claudius and his team. We discussed the ongoing works. So certain matters that they discuss are not only relevant for the students, but for other educational institutions. So I'm looking forward to hear the works and what has been done by the WUSA, the representations office. And I would like to remind Claudius that even though you're finishing your term, I hope that you will not run away, you will not disappear, and that we'll be able to continue our cooperation. As Rector has mentioned, do not abuse only the internet. Take your time when it's possible to meet face to face. So this is an extremely beautiful day. Everybody wants to go outside. So hopefully you'll be able to do this after the conference, and wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. So now let's start our works today. After opening speeches, this is why we have met actually. So of course we need a quorum to ensure that it's a valid conference. We have 141 representatives from all our core academic units and one vote by the president. 128 members are currently registered out of 141, so we can deem this conference as valid. So to ensure that the agenda goes as planned, we need a president, a chairperson. So of course, if you would like to express your opinion, you can text something or you can express vocally. I would like to propose that the president, Andrius Uzdanavičius, is the chair, who was the president in 2014-2016. Is anybody against this proposal? 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Anybody against? 1. No objections. So, Andrius, you have the floor. And I wish you a successful conference. Thank you, Claudius.
Thank you, Claudius. Thank you, the students. Thank you, the magnificent director. I'd like to thank everyone for their introductory speeches, very kind words. And I would also like to thank Claudius and all representation for having spent a very active 2 years. I would like to also thank the convention for trusting me. I hope that this convention will go on smoothly, even though, well, the situation is rather unusual. Of course, I would much prefer being a president of the conference in a more normal setting, but well, the situation is as it is. So this is our first annual convention online. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Now, we need to be able to tally all our decisions, and we need a secretary. I'm suggesting Greta Kasparaitytė. Is there anyone against? If someone is against, you can write a message in the chat, or you can unmute your microphone and say that. So 5 seconds for objections. 4, 3, 2, 1. No objections. Congratulations, Greta. So you'll have something to do during the convention. I do hope you'll prepare good minutes. Then we need to know how many votes will be cast for all the approvals and elections. So for that we need a tellers committee. Now the tellers I will be needed to check how the voting system works. So usually we elected 5 tellers to count all the raised hands, but now I'm suggesting 2-person teller committee. Now, if there's anyone who would like to be elected to the tellers committee, please indicate in the chat box. Please indicate yourself or someone else. Aiste Počebutaitė has just informed us about her interest in joining the commission. Milita Užgirytė. We would need another one person who could help us out in tallying all the votes. So far we have only 2 candidates. The president introduces Justas Brazaitis. So, Justas Brazaitis, do you agree? Well, I see many people putting likes on this suggestion. So, Justas, do you agree? Excuse me, I cannot accept this duty because, well, I just wouldn't be able to do that. Okay. Well, I don't think we ever spent so much time in electing the tellers committee, so please don't be shy. There won't be much work involved. No. The system will carry out most of the work for you. Viktorija Gailiūtė. Monika Pošiūnaitė. See, 4 people. Rita Žilinskaitė. Victoria has withdrawn her candidacy. So, what we have now? Rita doesn't agree. We have 3 people. Aiste Počebutaitė, Milita Užgirytė, and Monika Pošiūnaitė. 5 seconds for other candidates. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great. No other candidates? There are no additional candidates. So can we approve the committee with the current number and candidates? As the candidates we have Aistė Počebutaitė, Milita Užgirytė, and Monika Pošiūnaitė. Are there any objections for this committee? If someone is against, you can write in chat or just say that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now we have a tellers committee. Aistė, Milita, and Monika, congratulations. So I'd like the committee now to convene and elect the chairperson. Please do that by the time we approve the agenda, which we'll do now. I'll try to show it online for you on the screen. There it is. Can you see on my screen with the agenda? Please tell me if you see that. Great, thank you. We can't see the full agenda. Yes, that's fine. I'll show full agenda. And of course, you have received the draft agenda. So the registration of the participants is done. All the congratulations is done. Now the chairman, secretary, and the tellers committee has been elected. So now we have to adopt the draft agenda for the convention. And then we'll hear the presentation of the activity report and the financial accountability report and the report by the revision committee. After all these reports, we will approve or not approve the reports. Then, I guess we'll move to the most interesting part, or maybe the scariest part of the conference for someone. So we'll hear the introductions for the candidates to become the president, and then we'll have the elections, voting. We'll have a very short break, and then we'll hear the election results. After that, we'll hear the introductions by the candidates for the revision committee. Then we'll elect it, vote for it, we'll get the results. Then we will move on to any other business. We don't usually have many. Then we'll have further congratulations and then some speeches by our guests. And we'll wrap it up after that. So that's our agenda for today. The convention could add other questions or could change the agenda. So, do you approve the current draft agenda? Can we approve it? We'll use the same system. If you object, please either send us a message in the chat or just say it. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great. The agenda is approved. Thank you, everyone. We can get on with it. The next issue on the agenda, as you've just seen, is the activity report of VUSA for 2019-2020 and questions. So we're starting without any delays. I hope we'll continue without delays through the conference. So Claudius, please present us what have you carried out in the last year. Yes, great, thank you. I'll just get my screen on in a moment. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can. Great. So, first of all, I would like to say that You can find the link to the report in the chat in Teams and on our YouTube feed channel. Now everyone received a draft version, and I'll introduce the complete report. The year was very interesting. There were many things happening. They brought us many changes. They brought many changes for the university and for our organization, and we wanted to be a part of all the changes that happened in the state. So let's begin with the beginning. There's the parliament. You see a list of people who, during the year, well, there were some changes, but these are the people who participated in the parliament during the year. So you see three blocks of the activities of the parliament. So first of all, we have the adopted decisions. We adopted many guidelines or provisions. So the energy society provisions, the label-free program, the writers club, and other issues were raised, and we discussed that in the parliament. We wanted to make sure that our activities are carried out in a clear manner. We needed to put down all the procedures on paper to ensure accountability. We saw some gaps that we needed to fill in, and we did all that. Then we approved a strategic policy plan for the 2019-2020. In 2019, the annual convention mandated us to do that. The convention approved the strategy in 2019, and in their decision, they also included the mandate to approve the strategic plan for 1922. So we did that according to the new strategy guidelines document, and we include all the strategy goals for the period of 19 to 2020. You can learn about the activities in the document. Then we approved the plan of parliament activities for the year. Eglė and Ignas started this tradition when they headed the parliament, if I'm not mistaken, and we continue this procedure. Now, not all of the questions were actually implemented, not all of the issues were implemented. We lacked time to carry out everything, but I do think there's very good continuity in the processes, and I think we can still finish it up. Right, let's move on. We made certain decisions to approve the procedures for the contact persons in the courses and groups. All the groups have their contact persons, and well, we were lacking a clear plan on how to communicate with them. So we managed to do that this year. Now, the next document, it actually ensures that our convention can convene in this setting that it does now. So we approved guidelines for online distant setting for the convention. I'd like to thank everyone involved, Esther Rinkevičiūtė, Irina, Justinas Brazaitis, and everyone else who worked on the guidelines. I'd like to thank everyone who gave comments to make sure that we could legally carry out a convention online. We also had to discuss the voting procedure. And I do believe that this document actually helps us a lot to carry out our works during this difficult period. Right, let's move on. Now, this is a very special year. We elected Raimondas Balčiūnaitis as student's representative in the council for a 5-year term. The council of the Vilnius University is a very important institution in the university. So we have a person who continues his role there, and he can ensure continuity and ensure that he has good weight in the discussions, which helps him to represent the students better. Then there is a resolution which we approved on supporting science and higher education community. Now, the year was very difficult. We carried many protests. We closed the university for a while. We gave out free diplomas. So we tried to raise many different issues, the scholarships, the wages, and others. So all of that collided to become one big protest movement against the current situation in higher education. So that was the first resolution that we adopted in support of Vilnius University community during this hard period. Now, many people said that this was one of the most important decisions of the parliament for the year. I could probably agree with that. Next, we adopted a position on the scheduling process in Vilnius University. We approved the position on this, and that also allowed us to start working on another document, studies and work balance document. The parliament is asking the next parliament to include this issue in the next term and to approve a resolution on that. In this document regarding the scheduling in the university, we wanted to remind the university that there are set terms for approving and introducing new timetables and schedules, and not all the departments are doing that on time. And we also call for better cooperation in managing different timetables. So we're just trying to solve very topical issues for the students by doing this. Now, another document that we approved is academic writing competences in Vilnius Faculty of Philosophy. So, what's the background? We saw this as a problem in the Faculty of Philosophy, and the faculty raised this as an issue, so we tried to solve it. Now, let's move on. There's the second team that helped us in our work. You can see the list. There were some changes. So the decision was made by our council together. First of all, we migrated to Microsoft Office 365. Now, last summer, that seemed like a difficult decision to move from the systems we used for a very long time. So there were many criticism. Well, now I guess we can just say that, well, thankfully we managed to migrate to the new environment because it was much better. And I would like to thank Justinas for his input in the procedure, of course, and everyone else who helped. That allowed us to prepare our reports in the Microsoft Office environment. And it's very good. It is very good that we managed to carry out all of activities in the new environment. I would like to also thank all the chairpersons for the financial account. What managed to do is we simplified and streamlined the costs for first-year student camp. Now, for a long time, we had separate prices and costs for different faculties, even though the actual student camp takes place in the same place and basically includes the same activities. So we managed to create a new unified cost for that. Now, another issue was job and apprenticeship communication in Vilnius University. So we managed to create a new platform for that. Then we moved on to strategic action guidelines. We made a decision on that and then moved on to the parliament. I would like to thank everyone who participated in doing this. We had to discuss all the problems from the academic units and departments, and we had to integrate that into a strategic policy plan for our organization. Now let's move on to the next one, the 30 years university for students representation. We also did a lot. We had to approve the financial plan, we had to approve the activities, ensure participation. Next point is the financial plan for student camp, and then human resource coordinators. We solved these issues. We don't have to work as hard with that anymore. And we managed to delegate some of the functions, the technical functions, that shouldn't be actually done by us. Then the election for the best lecturer. So I'd like to thank everyone who participated in the elections. I'd like to thank all the students. Traditionally, in winter, we have a special ceremony to award these people. Now, the updating member list for VUSA, we agreed on 3 different dates, 3 terms, when the lists are renewed and updated, and we needed that. We needed to have clear information. Right, then activity performance was a very important issue. We tried to update our effectivity, our efficiency in the organization, and we actually needed to do this because we saw that not all of the coordinators participated in all the activities. We didn't ensure inclusion for everyone in the activities. We didn't ensure opportunities for them. So we needed a new procedure to ensure a list of the criteria for the coordinators, and the new coordinators have been appointed according to their new function description. So we managed to streamline all the function descriptions for all of the coordinators and others, and I do think that this will help us continue streamlining our job descriptions, and it should ensure a more effective carrying out of the activities. Now, we'll continue thanking during the conference for all of the activities that we carry out during the period of 16th of March to 23rd of April, and the chairpersons gathered all the information about the departments, the problems that students are facing. We had good representation, and the deans in the meetings thanked us many times that we're raising the problems, that we're talking about the challenges. They were thanking us for the service that we carry out. We're discussing what are the challenges for the students, and that really helped the university to continue activities in this hard period. this difficult period. Now, let's move on to the next issue, the implementation of the yearly action plan for WUSA. So as I mentioned, the action plan was approved for the year 1920, and we raised many priorities regarding the independent education of the student. So we had five actual goals. One of the goals was to make sure that a student can choose at least 3 courses in any core academic unit, as long as the courses are compatible with their program. And we wanted to ensure better flexibility for the students, so we can choose more courses from all the core academic units, from anything that university can offer. And we wanted to just offer more opportunities for the students. And a rector actually mentioned that in his introductory speech today. So we can see that we managed to, well, move a lot in this area. We managed to initiate this idea, and we also introduced this idea to the deans and pro-deans. We also encouraged them to allow more flexibility in for the students to create their own personal student studies plans. And we'll start a communications campaign on that. We do hope that we'll be able to carry out that successfully. Let's move on. Now, another goal that was achieved, I'd say, to 100%. On the 1st of September, we'll have at least one blended learning course in Vilnius University on the platforms. So every core academic unit has at least one such course. Now, we discussed how to ensure blended learning in Vilnius University. On Tuesday, at the rectorate meeting, we discussed a yearly review of the university from the perspective of the students. And there we talked a lot about online studies and blended learning in Vilnius University. We discussed what should be done on the national level and in Vilnius University, and which departments or units should be included. So I think that that was a big achievement for us. And we also surveyed how that affects the quality of the studies. So I must say that that also helped us to prepare for this difficult period. And I would like to thank everyone in the community I would like to thank everyone that we could start our processes on the 16th and move from face-to-face studies to fully functional Teams platform, and to be able to utilize all kinds of tools for that. So I think that this was a huge change, and the coordinators for social process really included many lecturers and students, and there were many teams who did a lot. We also needed to carry out some legal work to legalize this kind of studies. And all of that really helped us in this area. And of course, students also were very important in this process too.
Another target which has been implemented 100%. So not by the 1st of June, but already a week ago, our representations office reviewed the interior organization processes, and to ensure that the descriptions have been drafted according to the ISO. We were unsure what was this interior organizational process, and we needed to describe it properly to ensure that everybody uses the same language to describe the same things. And we needed to ensure the empowerment of our members. I would like to thank Lina, Marius, Danielius, Aurelija, Justas. I'm sorry if I missed someone, but I think I mentioned everybody who participated in this process and who has helped from last summer until the very last week. So this has been a long process, hard work. And according to this description, we will improve the processes. Another target, the academic plan. So we signed the transparency declaration, the honesty declaration, and the students also are highly encouraged in the university to sign and to commit themselves to this honesty declaration. Also in our meetings, in our events, we discussed about this very important topic about plagiarism, about buying of final thesis and so on, and how to ensure the highest ethical standards. We have submitted a number of proposals, and we have submitted documents that describe the academic ethics in the university. Another important target is the student satisfaction, to ensure that the students are highly satisfied with the studies. So for the very first time, we conducted a study. I would like to thank Vanessa for moderating, coordinating this process. We looked from a different perspective to ensure that the satisfaction survey is conducted according to this the scientific method. And we also know that we have to rethink the integration week because we are working in different times. So we have the integration week leader who was assigned, and we will have an opportunity to rethink the concept of integration week, the concept of the event. So maybe instead of organizing an event, we will have some symbolic commemoration of new students who enter the university. Of course, so far there will be no camps. Usually the new students go to camps to be able to become part of the university, but we will have to organize something different this year. This camp was as a starting point for the students, but maybe we'll think of something how to change it. So we need to ensure that this very first step of integration is somehow done in a different way. Of course, it all depends what the official requirements will be to ensure everybody is safe. So don't forget to keep yourself safe and keep others safe. These are the 5 strategic goals. What's important is to ensure that this strategic plan is active. So if there is a need to change something, to include something, don't wait for the next conference. So instead of, if a certain objective is not relevant anymore, we don't need to wait for the next conference. Certain goals have been removed completely because they were not relevant. So this is what was our goal in terms of the strategic activities plan. So we will soon see what happens with this strategic plan, but now I already see some very promising results. Now, target groups and the goals. So description of modules, information accessibility, infrastructure and learning resources, assessment procedures for written thesis and so on, teaching methods. Also review of the residency access marks. So these are all objectives relevant to certain departments. These objectives were submitted by various focus groups by the students. This is also submitted by the students' representatives. What's very important is that everybody is included in the implementation of our objectives. Not only implementation, but also proposal of objectives. So I know that we need to ensure that this is an effective process. We've discussed it with a number of members. So you can see more details in the detailed report about different groups. In the past, when you would review the leaflet with our objectives and the implemented objectives, you would see, okay, this was not done, this was not done. But now we have some common goals and we're on this process together. Now we go to the part about quality studies. Representation at the national level. So during the summer and autumn, we discussed the assessment, different assessment and accreditation methods. We also wanted to request a national survey at a national level in terms of the study assessment. And of course, this is very hard to achieve. A great input needs to ensure that the assessment by the students is done of quality, that the students are included from all the areas, study areas. We need to ensure that we take into account different situations. And I would like to thank Ignat, who has Erikas Lukas, also Migle, who participated in this process, because this was a hard job. And you managed to include those who study, who learn. And I believe that this experience will be important for the future. You managed to raise important questions and to not give up to gain the answer. Another, which our target, which I'm very proud of, is that the PhD studies provisions will be approved, have been approved. And I'm very proud. This is a result of our hard work, and this is proof of our hard work. There are many problems related to PhD studies, and now we have entered a new phase. We have now other work to do. So I think that what's very important is, like, we didn't have in the past this third cycle. The students were not represented properly, and I think this is very important. Now we'll be able to do so. The descriptions of certain subjects were reviewed. Of course, there will be more work to do, but we now have certain starting point. And I'm happy that we managed to approve these provisions. Also, the ministry working group was organized for the exam scheduling dates, and for the entries to the universities. Various institutions have agreed that we need final exams in high schools. Of course, there was somebody who was not happy. They said, well, the pupils will not be able to prepare themselves for the exams. They will not be able to do this and that. I think it's not true. People are able to prepare themselves. They can participate in the exams, and then they can be accepted to the higher education institutions, because we cannot accept them otherwise without any exams. We cannot organize exams ourselves at the entry level. So this is a very important step, the organization of these exams for high school students. The ministry wasn't too willing to cooperate in this process, and there hasn't been a final decision made so far. But of course, in the nearest future, we're expecting some decision. And also, we want to know when our new school year will start. Vilius, Jorgis, Auguste, Justas. These are our members who participated in the social dimension working group to ensure that the accessibility of higher education is ensured for the students of different backgrounds. This question has been raised at the national level. We sought common grounds, common solutions for ensuring the social dimension in the higher education institutions. We have set certain targets, and we will submit certain proposals at the state level to ensure equal accessibility from different social backgrounds. During the last 2 years, I'm very happy that we managed to work in this area. We submitted a number of official letters. The last one had been submitted back in 2015, and then we started submitting them in 2018 again. Egidijus, you managed to, with Andrews together, to work hard on this topic. Students' representatives provided proposals on the change of provisions of PhD studies, creating equal prices for the studies, introduction of free studies in Lithuania. There was this proposal that was submitted. Also, we need to ensure that proper dorm management and dignified conditions for all students. Also, the financial model for higher education institutions, there were proposals on this area too. Our goal was to implement to improve the social support for students, and also to ensure that the students are more active in the tackling of important matters. So the representation, students were represented in a number of institutions, in the council, in the Senate, and so on. There was a COVID-19 also working group where we had students represented because we were discussing the remote working, and we participated in those. And another council members election that took place, the rector's election took place. We were active in that as well. There were various debates, meetings organized. With the former and current council members, we met a number of times and discussed the matters that are important for the students, including scholarships, higher scholarships for students, also incentives for the second and third cycle students. So these are the matters that we still need to keep discussing within the council. We have done some introductory work. We participated in the education vision formation in the university. We were very active in this matter. Vilius was our representative in this matter. I hope that we will have this study vision and it will be approved. We also worked a lot in the promotion of healthiness and wellness and sports in the concept of this university. Unfortunately, this has not been approved yet, but we have a concept, wellness and sport concept. And we have some approval from the pro-rector of the area, Rita Rekšiūtė-Balsienė, who is the organizational matters pro-rector. Also, I wanted to say that we were criticized for lack of recycling facilities in the university. You know very well that there is a lot of red tape, and of course we didn't manage to implement it quickly, but now when we will return after the quarantine, there will be recycling services available. As of the 1st of June, we will have to recycle everything within our organization and in the university too. So we wanted to talk about it loud and clear, but we have withheld the information. We're waiting for it to come into effect. And also the dorm matter in the COVID-19 context. Another matter, we distributed the scholarships for the anniversary of the Vilnius University. Then we changed the financing system for the dorms and the budget of dorms. We approved the internationality guidelines. This is very important to me, and the diplomas will be awarded to the students this year. Of course, we have different procedures than usually because of the quarantine, etc., but we want to celebrate this very important occasion. For me, the most beautiful moments in the university is on the 1st of September when we have the march across the city, and also the end of the semester in summer when students are awarded with their diploma and are waved goodbye to their lives. So I believe that this is important and we need to continue this tradition. So I hope that this procedure will be ensured. International cooperation. This matter was given to Justas, and I would like to add some. We would like to thank the European Quality Assurance Forum, Learning and Teaching Forum, where we continue cooperation with them. We had 2 visits. There was a visit by the UK Student Union. They visited us, over 40. This union unifies over 40 higher education institutions, and they visited Lithuania. We discussed the most important matters. One of the most important matters was the improvement of academic aspects, and also inclusion of more and more students in the representation. We also participated in Tartu in Estonia in a meeting, students meeting, and we discussed how the work of students representations is organized across countries. Lucas was the one who represented us in this trip. Arcus is the Arcus network. I don't remember when in the last 5 years time we had so many different connections with so many organizations and forums and councils. We are highly visible in the European context. So Arcus is the network that enables us to be very visible. This network unifies 7 universities, and it discusses matters related to quality, study quality, self-government, and so on. I was the one who represented our organization as well as Jorgis in this network. We also had a possibility, given our knowledge and experience, to create an operational model for Arcus. So I believe that we've managed so far successfully to do that. We had one visit and another one had to take place in March. As you know, this didn't happen due to the circumstances. So this project will have an impact on students' lives. Letters, official letters. Claudius, I would like to interrupt you and mention that you have 8 minutes left.
We need time for questions too. Right. I'm going to take a note of that. So official letters. We introduced many comments on various draft laws for the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. The most important thing was a update of the Article 82 from the Student-Centered Higher Education law, which deals with social scholarship. Now, I hoped that in this conference we'll be able to announce that WUSA comments were included and the scholarships are doubled. But as the Vice Minister said today, it hasn't been done yet, so our comments are still there. And I hope that in the next few weeks it should be finalized in the next few weeks, and there seems that there are no objections to this increase of the scholarships, to doubling of the scholarships, and there's no objections to the increased number of scholarships. I'd like to thank Justas, Mingailė, and others who participated in discussing this issue. And well, we're close to finalizing this issue. 253 euros per person is becoming a reality. We carried out all kinds of surveys and reviews. So about the integration of students, about stress, about the effect of COVID-19. We also had 2 projects for the WUSA. We can see the amount of money we asked for the project. I would like to thank the fund for strengthening the institutions. We had many learning courses for the human resources, for updating mentorship program. Now, alumni who are watching this conference could also could also join the program. Now you can see some other initiatives that we carried out. I'm very happy with them. We had the anniversary year, 440 years for the university, many other activities, including a virtual meeting with the rector and his team. I think that all of these things really show how much we did during the term, and I would like to thank everyone who helped me in including the various different organizations active in university. Now, we didn't manage to implement the career week 2020. Well, we just lacked 1 week. Daniel, I'm sure that I'm sad about that and you're sad, but still I would like to thank all the team who still worked a lot. All of you did a great work. Now, COVID-19. We had a national initiative, and I'd like to thank all the participants. We also have a virtual camp. That's great. We also had a podcast for the students. We also had a hotline from the law consultancy group. And we also helped coordinating volunteers for the National Health Bureau. And all of that would not be possible without this larger team. There were changes in the team for many reasons, but then you helped us during this difficult period to actually carry out everything we managed to do in the year. Ilona, Lukas, Aiste, Justas, Miglė, Lukas, Marius, Kamilė, Justinas, Marta, Dovilė, Dominikas, Edvardas, Erikas, Vanessa, Gintarė, Laima, Justinas, Ugne, Vanessa. Thank you all. Big thank you for the team. This is the end of my presentation. I'm sorry I ran a bit too long, but well, there were many things to review because we managed to do a lot. Maybe we aimed at doing a bit too much, and well, the year was difficult, but we managed to carry out a lot. So thank you, everyone. I would like to thank all the members of the community. So we can hear some applause, some virtual applause. Thank you, Claudius, for your report, and thank you for introducing all of these activities. I think it's a good thing to review what the organization is doing at least once a year, because, well, as you're carrying out your activities day to day, the activities might seem a bit small, maybe, and you don't see the big picture. You don't see all of the volunteer work, all of the clubs, etc. So you just gave us a great review. You showed us the scope of the organization. Now we have the time for the questions. So we'll start with the 5 first questions, the first block. So if you want to raise a question, you can raise the questions in our chat box. Then you'll be able to turn on your mic and camera to ask the questions. We see 4 questions. Are there more? We'll start with a block of 5 questions, and then we'll see how many additional questions there are, and then we'll decide whether we have time for that, and the convention will decide this. In addition to that, we also have a live feed to YouTube, and I'd like to inform everyone on YouTube that you can also ask questions in the comments. The comments will be moved to our meeting, and we'll see the questions. We'll give the priority for the participants of the convention who have the right to vote. So we see 4 questions. I'd like to also, in the meantime, to point out that there are persons who have registered, who received the invitations. You have received the invitations for Teams meeting, but haven't done that. So please open your student mailbox. You'll see a link to the event. If you're watching the meeting on YouTube, please move to Teams. You'll be able to give a live question, because I see from the member of participants that we're still lacking some of the participants. So, well, if you know that there's someone that's maybe having connection problems, let us know. We'll help them out. Right. So we'll start with the first question. Domas Lavrukaitis. Domas, here, here you go. Okay, I'll just turn on my mic, but no camera because I don't have a camera. So first of all, I'd like to thank Claudius for his presentation. And I have a short question that will also apply for the other reports. Maybe next year and the future, all of the reports should be distributed for the participants in the convention at least 3 days before the convention, because the reports are really large, so it's difficult to read them and listen to Claudius at the same time. I think we could raise better questions if we had more time. So that's a comment. Now, a question. We had a survey about this, what students think about state-supported loans for studies. And I see what the council said about this, but were there any discussions on how to improve the loans, how to make them more attractive for the students, and what WUSA could do in this area? Right. We didn't discuss this issue further because when we started discussing the issue of studies and job balance, there were questions raised that kind of related to the sense with the loans question. And then we also had a meeting with the state loan fund. We discussed about the problems that are faced by students. But then we didn't raise the issue any further because the issues was raised at the second part of the term, and well, there were just no further action after the several meetings that I mentioned. But we should carry out the discussions further. We should continue. In my personal view, should really move out of the commercial bank and move back to the state loan fund. So we should move to the back to the old system because there are more advantages than the disadvantages to it. What we did, we just gathered some preliminary views, but didn't continue the discussions. And I think we could continue raising this issue and maybe even have a specific decision, something like that. Thank you for your answer. Victoria is next. Please go ahead. Yes, hello. Can you hear me? Right, so thank you for your report, Claudius. Now, we had a few discussions in our faculty, and the members mentioned that during the meetings in the rectorate or the senate, they didn't hear enough from the students, from the representation. So can you either confirm that or deny that and explain the situation? Well, I'm thinking now about the last meetings we had as relates to the academic issues. We did represent our opinions regarding that, and also regarding the international issues. As for the COVID situation, I think that each academic unit discussed, actually mentioned that students are very represented. Now, during the academic year, well, there might have been some lack because the meetings with the deans are of the different type, but then I can't agree that this happened during the Senate meeting because Ignas Milte, Lukas Arnoldas, Aiste Marius, and others could say that in the quality committee, this academic committee, and others were really commented upon. Well, maybe in the scientific research committee we were less active, but then the issues there are of different type, so we don't always have suggestions for that. The only issue for us was support for master and doctorate students. Otherwise, well, you should just look at the minutes, I guess. I I think that that's the only way to either confirm that or deny that. But in my opinion, we did represent the students, and we were active in the discussions. And well, the chairperson of the Senate always talks about that about the activities of the students. That students are very active. Well, maybe there was one specific issue where they lacked students' voice, but then, and of course, we can always do better. Right. Who's next? Dominikas. Hello, everyone. Hi, Claudius. My question is this. When the studies moved to virtual platforms, I saw that lecturers had to move to the virtual setting, and there wasn't a lot of time for that. Now I know that WUSA had several goals for e-studies, also on the central level, on the department levels. I think this was a good opportunity to improve distance studies. What were the actions done in this area, and what was done to improve the studies? Could you maybe specify your question? What do you mean? Did you mean that did we were active to improve the quality of current project or for the future? Well, you could comment on either or both. I would like to ask whether anything more was done than just discussions inside WUSA, and what is done to ensure better quality for the future. Right. So I mentioned that in the report. We participated in empowering in preparing all the documents for empowering distant learning. Lucas was active in this area, and I think the activity should continue. As for the future, well, I see that the university is dealing with the current situation, and it's the Senate who has to make all the proposals. Our study was carried out in 2018, and in 2019 we made suggestions what e-learning should look like. So we gave a report in the Senate meeting regarding this study. Then we should be more active in actual work groups regarding the e-learning platform, empowerment, technical issues for the university. There were also some shortages with the sources. We also had issues with the digitalization, especially with the old sources of the old Lithuanian language texts. There are some gaps there. Also, the IT system needs to be improved, and we were working on that. As for now, we're also more focusing on social scholarships, and that's also kind of connected to e-learning because of additional incentive. We're also discussing the resources with the departments. We're talking about what the students actually need. We reported on the opinions, what are the lacks, and I think that many gaps were actually filled in. But then the issues were very varied. There were the different issues regarding the preparing the final papers or regarding the reports for the apprenticeships or the summer apprenticeships. So the e-learning issue showed many different and varied challenges and problems. But then on every step, we always had suggestions, what could be done. And then we always ask the students what they think and then act as middlemen. So we really made a big input and we, well, had many interlocutors in our discussions. Thank you, Claudius. I would only like to support the idea that, well, the departments or the academic units should do a lot in this area. I've been in many meetings with pro deans, and they were thankful for the student representation and the chairpersons of the representation, because it was them who were raising the problems, raising the issues, talking about the problems and gaps. Right. If you have other further questions, you can type in the questions or just indicate that you want to raise a question while the questions are being answered. Ignas has the floor now. Thank you, Claudius. I'd like to thank you for the presentation. I'd like to join Domas with what he said about presenting the documents a bit earlier, also on the department levels. Now, I'm very happy that the e-version is a bit more interactive, but then also it would be nicer if you could read it easier after downloading it. But then we also see some color coding in the report, and there's no explanations for the color coding. Now, another further comment. You said that blended learning is implemented everywhere. Well, not really. What we're having here is not blended learning. What we're actually doing, we're trying to learn at home. That's not entirely blended learning. And then what Victoria said. Well, I'd like to react to what your comment, because I'm a member of the Senate, and well, I've been on the meetings and we criticized all the meetings. Well, I did skip a few meetings, but then we're also very active, and there are also records of the meetings. Now, Claudius, you mentioned many activities, and I think that a lot of the activities where WUSA is active are just natural events in the cycle of the universities. Then sometimes the university initiates certain actions and then includes WUSA. WUSA joins with comments what the university initiates. But then I'd like you to tell us the specific activities that improve the quality of the studies that were actually initialized by the students, and the activities that were included into the agenda of the university at the initiative of the students. Well, one issue is the conception regarding the sports. Well, Ignas, actually, you worked on that too. That's the one question. Now, another issue is that we have a foreign student in our WUSA, and that shows that we participate very actively in including foreign students in the university life. That's a very important thing for our current term. Now, third example could be social scholarships. It was our suggestion. We were very active in the ideas regarding the scholarship. Also, we suggested made the suggestions regarding the lowering the price of the dormitories. We had some very natural occurring ideas. We just sometimes see certain problems in the university life and just raise the issues during the meetings. I guess these were the most important topics, in addition to the everyday work. That's probably the main ideas. I guess I can admit that we could probably raise more issues and more questions. But on the other hand, the activity that we actually carried out, that was very important already. The Article 82 from the law on well, that's our war, and we have to fight it till the end. So we really need to concentrate on that very much. Then our initiative was also the observation of the final exams and also the program for the students. Well, that's not entirely representing students, but it's also very important from what you did. Thank you, Ignas, for your comment, and thank you, Claudius, for your answer. Now, another example could be the flexibility in choosing the courses, because that's also a very topical question in some departments.
So the next question, as you have seen, this year we had many changes in coordinators. As a result, some activities were interrupted, hindered, or didn't take place. Not to mention that certain coordinators were not even informed properly. Can you comment on that? Why did this happen? Well, it's quite a simple question, I think. The coordinators did change. This was due to results, due to certain self-realization, self-research. Everybody chooses what he or she wants to do. And everybody needs to be able to tell themselves if they want to do what they're doing. So I believe these changes take place as a result of these actions. Some people were just tired. Maybe there was some psychological tiredness. As for the information, when we sought certain coordinators, certain people refused. For example, for the marketing coordinator position, probably the information did stop in a way, but after we managed to plan our work, there was nothing else to do in this area. We could only keep planning. So the know-how was, I think, transferred. In other areas, I think that everything worked fine. Maybe I didn't notice something, didn't see there were some problems. Maybe there were some problems, transfer problems, communication problems. Things happen. And I think maybe mistakes have been made in these changes. Everybody participated in this. As the organization, we're all responsible, I think. So if the organization wasn't informed properly, maybe at the end we should hear some feedback. What happened? Why it happened? Because at the time we heard loud and clear what was lacking. And I think that relevant actions were taken. So that would be my answer. Andrew? Ignas, I see, has a question. Yes, please do raise a question, but briefly, please, Ignas. Of course, Andrews. Thank you. Claudius, you've mentioned the PhD changes in PhD studies. If we open the last year's conference, Andrews asked exactly the same question about concrete actions that you plan to do in 1 year's time. You said 2 answers will be tackled in 1 year. You said this last year. So can you inform Can you tell us what these two questions, two matters that were addressed after the last conference? So of course, just naming them doesn't tackle the problem, but maybe you can name the exact actions that were taken. Maybe I did mention some of them. So I believe that the provisions on the description on the PhD studies and also the this was approved, these provisions. And also the travel expenses were approved. Currently, I think it's 400 euros. And now you can take this whole amount, 400 euros at one time. This is very useful, I believe. So, for example, in the Asian studies, you could only use 1/4 of this amount that was allocated for travel expenses. And now you can spend the whole amount at one time. The amount is big. And now we can save some money. So this was the decision about the travel expenses that was made and was effective. Irmantas worked at the Scientific Sciences Institute. We wanted to ensure that everybody participates in this PhD process. Another initiative proposed by a student that is now discussed at the central level is to ensure that there is a community formed of PhD students, because currently they are a bit left behind. Another matter which we discussed is we have a list of problems we need to address. As the new rector has already sworn to the office, we can already propose certain things we need to change. For example, a description of modules, subject modules, and so on. We can already start communicating our proposals to the management. So these are the actions that have already been taken. Thank you, Ignas, for your question. Thank you, Claudius, for your answer. Yes, I remember the last conference. Claudius committed himself to something and I didn't remember, so now you reminded me. Thank you everybody for your questions, for the report. Now I will ask Ernesta to present the financial report for 2019. Ernesta, hi, you have the floor. I don't see you yet, but I'm hoping you'll be able to soon start your presentation. Hello, can everybody hear me? Okay. So I will start now. I'm trying to share my screen now. 1 second, please. It doesn't. Okay, now it's working. Good. So I'm trying to launch now the PPT presentation. Okay, here you go. We can discuss it now. First of all, hello everyone. So I will discuss the financial activities report for 2019. Before beginning, I would like to say, to extend my thanks for Claudius. Thank you a lot for those past 2 years, for the work your team has done, for the organizational work. And I would like to thank Erikas for the administration and cooperation with the financial department and with the accounting department. I believe that you were really hardworking and tough to ensure everything is done properly. Thank you. So as for the report, let's start. This year, from the financial perspective, has not been very special, I would say. It wasn't very different from the previous years. But I would like to mention two things, two important achievements done in the last year. The first one, so the project financing was allocated from the EU, 167,000 euros allocated. We can implement this project in 3 years' time. We will use this amount in 3 years' time. And in 2019, we already used 4,000 euros out of this project. So I believe this is a very good achievement. This is a good step forward. I think this is a great achievement in the area of finances. Second is our hard question, which hasn't been answered, the student union and the money received from the student union. At the end of 2019, we managed to agree on a financing, and we received in January already this financing. In January, 70,000 euros. So these are the two important things that happened in 2019. So let's continue forward. Let's see what's next on our slide. Long-term assets. So as you can see, there is a slight increase in non-material assets. We purchased some material assets and some were signed off due to amortization. 35,000 was the financial goods, and then it was reduced. Why this reduction took place? We invested 20,000, and last year 25,000 balance was shown as loan for the future. As there was no loan contract signed, we simply transferred this line to other line, and it is shown just on different line. It's not a different loan. It's a kind of an accounting step that was done. Next, long-term assets at the end of the year. Computer networks increased, as you can see, in 2019, as we purchased some goods, for example, computer-related assets. Another parts that we purchased is concert equipment, other equipment, because and residual values is, as you can see. So some equipment we need to purchase because after some time it needs to be done. So this is the residual values, 6,781. Then what was the second line is what was purchased from own, and what was the third line, what was purchased from the project, and the last one, the balance, the residual value is 7,949. And as for the resources, we don't have much resources, as you can see is shown on the first line. Then certain amounts were spent. Now, point 2, the amounts received in 1 year's time. So 70,000, as I've mentioned already, we received this financing from the Students' Union. This is our one of the greatest achievements in 2019. So this is as received amounts. This 70,000 is shown as received amounts. As other articles, we have the biggest project receivables from the project, the financing we received in 2019, but then it was transferred to 2020. So this was shown first as credit. And other receivables, I've mentioned already. So from one article, these receivables from the Students' Union were passed from one article to another. So this is 70,000. Next, let's go to the next slide. Money. As you can see, there was a reduction this year. It's no surprise because some money were allocated for the future for the support foundation, and we had some expenses. You can see the resources here of our financial resources, monetary resources to be exact. So this is where we received our money from during the last year. There is no big changes or nothing surprising here as usual. We received financing from Vilnius University. We received some support, a bit more than in the past. And all other indicators are more or less average as in the past years. I wouldn't name any specific. There are no changes. Financing part. This is in a way our so grants were increased. We received grants for purchase of long-term assets. That is why there is an increase. Other financing, the third line, increased too. This is, as mentioned, due to Lithuanian Students' Union, the money that they gave us. And also because of the EU project that we received by 31st of December. Another table for financing resources. So you can see changes in financing. Support, the first line, increased. The financing remains more or less the same. In the past, as you can see, the financing we received from the Students' Union is not here yet because it will be shown as received on 2020. And the project financing was already received and it is already accounted for. Financing of departments. You can check your own department if you want to see in detail what was the financing, compare it with the previous year, to compare yourself with other departments. Support by companies. It's become obvious that the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics has surpassed all others. And the amount is much higher than the previous year. We're very happy for this support. So this faculty managed to get more money than in the past. Also, the law faculty received more support. We are happy that they managed to do this. We're happy that they managed to take advantage of this financing. Payable amounts and liabilities. So as of the 31st of December, amount we have not paid for our partners related to the financing of the EU project. That is why there is an increase. We have certain liabilities to our partners, but now as we received money in January of this year, we've already paid this amount due. You can see a slight increase in other liabilities. Unfortunately, we had to return money received for the project we didn't manage to use. This money was received from the Education Ministry. But the rest we did use. Activities report. Performance report. As you can see, there is more the income for services is almost the same. Financial money received from financing is similar, and other received income is for the financing of a certain web page for one project. So this is our cost. The main changes are in other activities, 3.7. In other, we will soon see that this is project money. As we get money from projects, so our income increases as a result, and costs increase too, because we use those money we receive. Transport also costs increased 3.5 because we started using CityBee and other shared transport services, and these, of course, we need to pay for those services. That is why it increased. Sales income. So this is income from a number of previous years. As you can see, it's more or less the same as in the past. So for ads, for tickets, for camps, for career days, these are all the 4 areas. Camp income and cost according to departments. You can see red is income, yellow is cost. So the mathematics and information faculty has more money spent than received, but they probably can afford it because we already discussed that they received financing. I believe we have had enough time to review this, and I think that everybody planned the expenses very well. We allocated the expenses for training and planning. So this is for the camps. So 45% is rent, 31% is food, services 9%, and transport 15%. Expenses according to areas. So there are no bigger changes. So the biggest, as you can see, is the second one, Renginiai events. As you can see, there it's slightly higher because we had the 30th birthday of VUSA, and of course we had more expenditures as a result. So this is the main difference compared with other years. Also, the VUSA expenses increased because we had some expenses for implementation of project. You will see it. You will see it later. There are no other bigger increases. The other expenses are more or less the same as in the previous years. This is the VUSA students' representation expenses. What could be mentioned is other expenses. The very last line. We have it explained more in detail later on. You can see there is a big increase due to project money we received from the EU. as we receive money for the project and then we use that money. As a result, it shows as expenses. Also, there is slight increase in transport expenses, but the rest is more or less the same as in the previous years. This is other expenses as mentioned, more in detail. As you can see, as ESFA project is 39 project, and this project, this EU project, comprises the majority of these expenditures. Renovation works, 17% of the Central Bureau, then 23% is the ministry project, and so on. Events organized by VUSA. So the birthday was 47% of all the events. This is the 30th birthday of VUSA. That is why we had more expenses. Then the conference, 38%, the reporting conference, 38%, and then the smaller events that didn't require so much. The last one is for career days, income and expenses for career days. As you can see, the results are very topical, as in the previous years. In 2018, we have more expenses and income. And in 2019, we once again have similar expenses and income as compared to the prior years, prior to 2018. So this is it from my presentation. If you have any questions, please do raise them. Thank you, Ernesta, for your very detailed report. As before, you can express your wish to ask questions. We already have some questions pending. Some are online, some on this meeting, so we can already start. As said, you can keep raising questions whilst we receive answers to other questions, so you can still submit them. I'll start from the beginning. The question that was given during the presentation, Alina, she said she cannot. Alina, don't you think we need to audit, to request an external financial audit of VUSA? As I don't see any abuses, any fraud, I don't think it's needed. I would think it would be a waste of money. External audit helps find out whether we represent the operations properly on our reports. What that means, our accounting is well kept. Everything is written down, everything is accounted for, there is no abuse, there is no weird activities. So maybe expenditure control, quality control could be the points to look at, but that would be not the audit's matter, but the VUSA interior matter to ensure that they are spent properly. Thank you. Next, Domas Lavrukaitis has a question. Hello. Thank you for your presentation of financial report. I would like to ask, the money received from the Lithuanian Students' Union, why was this money not received earlier? Would you know? Maybe Claudius would be able to answer this question better. This is more to do with the coordination of actions between management. Managers discussed the amounts, discussed the actions, and once everything was agreed upon, then we get the money. So maybe you should need to talk to Claudius about this organizational matters, why it took so long. I could comment on that directly, Claudius says. We did not receive money from the union on time, and we couldn't calculate there was quite a long time, reporting time, which had to be assessed. I don't have the exact details in front of me. We're just talking about a few years time. They didn't fulfill their obligations, which they have under a contract we have with them. That is why we didn't receive money on time. Another question. I will read this question. And before that, Ignas, you have the floor. Ernesta, thank you very much for your presentation. I believe that VUSA is a very successful organization for having you with us, for having you work with us, do our calculations. I believe that sometimes figures show more than words. As you can see, it's very important to be able to assess our expenses for the upcoming year. From your presentation, I have a question not for you, but for Claudius again. As you said, there was a project by the Ministry of Education and Sports Ministry, and you said you had to return that money, refund that money. Why? Can you tell us why this project has failed, and why did you have to refund the money for the project? Well, it's as simple as that. We had 4 projects, and it was too much for us. We didn't manage to implement them, so we had to refund the money. We overestimated ourselves. But this, we didn't have to do anything else, just refund. We didn't have any fines or anything. So I don't think in the end, it turned out really bad. I think that project, we could implement it. It's just we didn't have the ability to do so at the time. And what's important is this the biggest project we're currently undertaking. And we decided that we need to focus more on this biggest project, this long-term project, and to, stop this other project, as we are concerned about the quality. We need to ensure that we create something of quality that we can further use in our future activities. Without the implementation, without the possibility to implement this project, we decided to refuse to implement it. Can you just tell us what was it about? About management of... So as from the value perspective, we didn't lose much from this project. Thank you. Thank you for answers. And Greta, now you have the floor. Thank you for your report, Ernesta. A question is as follows. In your presentation, we saw then during the last 2 years, the students' union didn't return us the money, and then all of a sudden 70,000 was returned to us last year. How much money is still pending due by the students' union? I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly how much money is remaining, because Claudius has mentioned that the data is transferred from the students' union to VUSA. So it's a long process, but I checked the accounts now, and I see that we received money from the students' card. It's from the 30th of September of 2018 until the end of 2019. So there's still, as of from 1st of September 2018, we still have pending amount for the students' card. This money that needs to be transferred. Irina, the question. She cannot raise it herself. Maybe not everybody knows that the previous accounting officer stole 51,000 euros. And there is a resource, we can see it online. There was a court process held. I would like to know what is the update on this process. Have we received a refund from this person? I didn't maybe focus more on this matter, but 2 or 3 years ago, a decision has already been made, and every month there is a certain amount that is returned by the person involved, and we received this monthly transfer to our account. Thank you. Domas? The sixth question. Domai, you have the floor. It's related to Arina's question. I wanted to ask because 50,000 was shown in 2018 and 2019. So I wanted to know whether the court made this previous accounting officer pay more than she took illegally. No, the court ordered to pay back an exact amount of money, and every month she pays 100 euros. It's not 50,000 anymore because the amount keeps decreasing monthly because she keeps paying the debt. But in 2018 and 2019, this amount, 50,000, is shown as the amount ordered to pay by the court. So is it 50,000 in 18 and 50,000 in 19? Is it 100,000? No, it's the same amount. So 50, 60,000, and each year it's the same amount, 50,000, and it just keeps decreasing. This amount was ordered to be paid by court, and it is gradually decreasing. It's only one court procedure that was held. There were no more illegal procedures. Thank you, Claudius. Thank you, Ernesta. Thank you for the detailed information. I think everybody has it clear. You will be able to review once again this presentation afterwards if you want. And now let's go to another item on our agenda, as we don't have no more questions. No live questions, no written questions. Another matter. Thank you, Ernesta.
So now we're gonna hear the presentation regarding revision committee's annual report, and we can raise questions for the revision committee. Goda, share your screen, please. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So first of all, I'd like to inform you that my neighbors are renovating the apartment on Saturdays, so I'm sorry if there are background noises. But let's move on to the presentation. Can you see it? Yes, we can see it. Great. So the performance report for the 1920 years. So we'll discuss the methodology, we'll discuss the qualitative and quantitative evaluation, and we'll compare with the previous years. First of all, the goal of the evaluation. What I would like to say is that it's not the only goal of the revision commission, but this goal is what defines the revision commission. The types of the evaluation, quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative evaluation is the evaluation whether the WUSA complies with all the documents that have provisions for its performance. And qualitative includes appropriateness and efficiency of the activities. And we stopped evaluating several qualitative elements, such as in which way the documents are archived. We stopped evaluating that. Now, all areas were evaluated, but not everything is included in the report because we see that if there's nothing special, either good or bad report, we didn't include that in the conclusions. And we also did not include personal matters. That means that we didn't include things that would change with the change of the coordinator. Right, so what were the phases of the evaluation? We had 3 phases, 3 steps. That's a change compared to last year, because last year we did only 2. We did change because the members expected more, and they didn't want to fill out such a big surveys. So we carried out more surveys, but smaller one. Now, the first evaluation was carried out in June, September. Then we had an evaluation in October to January, and then we had the final evaluation for February and May. Now, the means of evaluation. We had individual meetings, group meetings, surveys, calls, and video calls, which happened during the pandemics. And then we also reviewed the content in Google Drive and other archives. That was also a means of evaluation. Right, so what did we found this year? You can see the whether the WUSA complies with the criteria. There were 24 criteria, and you can see the green color means that activities comply, orange that neither complies nor doesn't comply, and red that doesn't comply. So what were the biggest problems? The red content. Well, let's look at point number 8. See that 7 departments, which is half of the all departments, did not comply with publishing agendas online. And then point number 11, see that half of the departments did not comply with submitting reports online. And then 21st point, again 7 departments. This relates to the archives of the representation. Now, let's move to the better news. What are the good examples? The best compliance was the first criteria. 12 departments or units complied with this, which means the activities of the delegates, and it means that the delegates were elected according to the documents that regulate this. Then, number 13 and number 14, you will see that all the departments complied with. Number 13 means that all the accountants have a contract, and number 14 demands that all the financial plans should be properly archived. Yeah, I would like to also point out number 6. See that 14 departments comply with this. And the 6th criteria is that all of the contacts of WUSA members are published publicly. Now, I don't want to discuss that too much in depth because you can see all the criteria in the report itself. Let's move on to the programs, clubs, and projects. We had 7 criteria. You can see that number 1, 2, and 5 had full compliance. You can also see the descriptions of the criteria. Now, what I would like to point out in this in regard to this, so for example, there was no financial plan for the standards, we still mark that as there was a compliance. And also, in case where the financial plans did not overrun 3,000 euros, we also mark that as complying in the estimates. Let's move on. the quantitative evaluation in comparison with the previous evaluation. So we see an 8% increase in compliance. But then this increase could be may not be permanent because they were changing criteria. But then we did see an improvement. We won't be able to share the same criteria for the qualitative part because we don't have full data for the previous period, so we can't give all the information now. Right. These are now the qualitative criteria. In yellow, you see the areas where you get mostly compliance, and then in red you see the problematic areas. So first of all, you see communication with the outside world. So we had better information in social networks, we had better information in English. Next, yearly activity, implementation of the yearly plan. See that even despite the quarantine, activities were carried out, and we even had better results. Now, in our communications, we can see that a good improvement, and we can see learning and improvement in learning in this area. Then representation. We also see improvement in this area. We're really growing up. Then human resources. Well, here's the we see the activities with the members, and then the management system, the collegial management system. We see that in certain departments, the activities are very well planned and carried out. See that some of the councils share the workload with the coordinators. Now let's look at the parts that didn't comply fully. Well, the coordinator team, the management of the coordinator team, we still see gaps here. And that reduces the quality of oversight. Then the yearly activity plan. Well, even though it's clear what has to be done in preparing the plan, see some lack of activity in some certain departments. Then coordination of representatives. There's not a full compliance in this area, but then representation is actually evaluated as a positive area, but then the coordination between the representatives is not valued in good quality. So that means that the representatives are very independent. Next, the analysis of student problems. This covers all kinds of studies and preparing the activities in the area. And then accountability for the students. Let's move on. The compliance with the qualitative criteria in the evaluation. Well, I would say that the communication was well done, but then as you saw in the previous slide, there were certain problems with the communication and publicizing the activities. So we do see that core academic units could improve their activities area. Now, let's look at the implementation of the activities. We saw that when plans failed, the alternatives were sought out. Now, inclusion and work with new members. Well, we saw a good improvement this year in many of the departments. So I think if communication would be improved, we could have even better results. Then programs, clubs, and projects and their goals. Well, we see a good situation here. The programs, clubs, and projects are really trying to achieve their goals. and they can implement most of the goals successfully. Now, the planning, inner communication, and oversight and delegation of tasks, well, we see problems in these three areas, and I guess that every department can look at their own conclusions and see what are the problems in the programs, clubs, and projects. Let's move on to the qualitative evaluation of WUSA. Here we'll talk mostly about the aspects that touch upon the whole organization and not the separate parts. First of all, in order to ensure better internationality and openness of the discussions regarding the election of the rector, we saw that they had the interpretation into English and into sign language, which is a very good change. Now, then we also saw that the annual convention was moved to electronic environment. Well, the pandemic helped in this area. Now we included, there was also created a new form of the birthday celebrations. There was also a new opportunity to support the WUSA by 1.2 of the income tax. And we also increased cooperation with all kinds of NGOs. Yeah. Claudius talked a lot about that. Well, we saw some other good initiatives, such as migration to a new communicative environment, and then we have a lot of courses were moved to a virtual environment, and a lot of the contracts are now signed electronically. This is all very good, and we like to complement the IT infrastructure. Another thing, we're really improving our IT systems. So what should be updated is the archive systems. Well, not necessarily we have to change the system, but we should make it more user-friendly. Right. Then update of the documents that have the provisions for WUSA activities. Well, we see still some lacks in voting procedures, in running the conferences, and we saw even some problems when the documents contradict each other. And we also see that sometimes some of the documents really have to be reviewed and updated. Next point, we see bilingual communication that allows us to move better in the international environment. We also see that the Facebook account, who's the president, is more active, which is a very good new change compared to last year. And then we also improve communication with foreign high education schools and their representation networks. Now here we would also suggest to have better goals for these activities. And then we have a declaration, declaration regarding transparency with students, university, organization of Lithuania. Then there were surveys which can improve possible activities, and all of that was presented to central administration of the university. We also see that some of the analyses and studies are not fully publicized. We should better discuss publicly what are we doing good and what not we doing, and what are we doing not so well. So we should really improve this. And another issue is that we see there's a lack of continuity in working with the doctorate students. It was started last year, but then for many reasons, there was lack of continuity this year. Then let's move on to the parliament. We see that the parliament members had chances to improve their competences. We also had the individual meetings with the members of the parliament. Thank you, Mingaile, for this initiative. That's a good example how you can be in better contact with the members of the parliament, watch their motivation, and maybe help them in finding their direction. The next thing is that there's the lack of the description on the activities of the parliament. I don't think that we need a new formal document to discuss all of the processes in the parliament, but then there's a need of more clarity what the parliament should achieve in a year, what kind of activity should the parliament undertake, what should be the first priority and the second priority, and what competences should be improved among the members. We could probably maybe even create a small network that could discuss these issues. Then there's the fund for strengthening the institutions. We see there is a goodwill in solving problems when there are delays in submissions, and we see that quality is an important issue. We see that there's a good share of workloads. So in this case, we see that the current procedure should be updated and the current terms for submission should be reviewed. Possibly the terms for submission should be increased. Then individual and cooperative projects were initiated, even though not all of them were fully implemented, but then the progress was good and the activity should be moved on and continued next year. We're happy about this and we have already put that in our conclusions. For the fund, you can read that in this report. Then, see internal agreements and preliminary activities, get priority for human resources and project submissions. Because of the workload, there were delays, but then we see that the activities are related to the actual needs, and we also suggest to better include the WUSA community in the projects. That should solve some of the problems with the workload and should allow implement more projects. Communication should be improved, especially communicating with people who are responsible for improving institutions. Though we are happy with the improvements in this area. There were many meetings with HR officers and we saw a continuous communication with them, which was lacking before. Let's move on. We could compare this period with the last period, but then we can't fully compare the periods because we had a change of the criteria. Because of that, not very easy to find to have a continuity between the reports. So in yellow you see the improvements, and in red you see the things that were not improved. So first of all, we see that the documents are published and submitted more on time for the ISF. Now the archival of documents. We see an improvement in this area, but then we don't put too much emphasis on where the document is archived. So it can be in an official archive or somewhere else, as long as the document is accessible. Now, another issue is financial documents. We see a better submission of these documents for the archive. An area where we see a problem still is the publicizing of documents. It's either delayed or not done at all. And then we see that in the archive there's no reports for the current term or for the previous terms. Now let's see what else the revision committee is doing in addition to the evaluation. we are submitting conclusions regarding courses and approval of the estimates, financial estimates, and we also submit all kinds of suggestions in the working groups. I would like to finish by saying that I wasn't alone in the work. You can see my team members. I would like to thank them all for their help, and thank you for sharing your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for your brilliant presentation. Very smooth presentation, even though you did express points for improval to be improved. So once again, if anybody has questions, or you can write your question as a comment, and I see two people have raised their hands. So with no further ado, I'll start with Thomas. You have the floor now, Thomas. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your solid, very detailed report. It would be great to receive such a document in advance, as I've mentioned before, because in order to raise good questions or comments, I would like to read more in detail, more in depth. In your presentation, what I didn't see was this. The questions that were received by your commission or complaints. Could you answer on this? In my subjective opinion, I don't think that this needs to be reflected on the report, because there are some certain personal questions that need to be tackled, and I don't think that they need to be included in the report. I cannot remember now how many complaints were received in general. Thank you. The next question. Dominikas. Thank you for the report. It was very interesting to listen to it, to review it quickly when I saw it the very first time this morning. One point. Quantitative analysis. You said that half of the departments did not submit. Why do you assess this interim report that was not submitted? So why do you think submitting this interim report is important? Well, that's a good thank you. That's a good question. By checking this interim report, we can see the progress throughout the year. What's more, the department itself and the manager, him or herself, can also self-assess by checking this interim report. So we see what changes have been done throughout the year, and we see which areas need more input, and that is why this interim report is important. And I don't remember what else you asked. So what is the problem if they do not submit interim reports? I think that I've already answered this question, because we cannot assess what has been achieved so far without this interim report. Thank you. Justinas Brazaitis now has the floor. Thank you for your report. You've mentioned in your presentation that the competences were improved for the parliament member competences and skills. So what exact competences were those? Could you elaborate, please? This is related to each department, depending on their needs. There were different initiatives launched. So there are a number of ways how to achieve this. For example, self-reflection groups, simulations are done, or the departments review events in the past or what has been done and evaluate them and see what could have been done better. So this is the answer to your question. My recommendation would be to review the conclusions of the department, and if the conclusions say that there were competence trainings, you can contact the department directly and ask what these trainings, this training or other improvements entailed. Thank you for the report. What Domas has said, I think that one thing is the revisions committee report and then the assessment of activities of the WUSA. So I think these are two separate things, should be. What you've said, this has been repeated every year in the report, I think. So my question would be this. One, in your opinion, don't you think that the revision should start thinking about whether something was done correctly or not correctly, but also include in your assessment the reasons why something did not happen? Second, maybe the revision committee assessed this year, you checked the previous year's recommendations and whether they have been implemented or not. So to ensure that your work is not in vain. Thank you for your question. As for the part why this non-compliance happened, I would like to say we do try to look in detail the reasons why some problems occur or something is non-compliant. As for the second part of your question, I forgot it. My question was, did you check what the departments improved from the previous year's report? Of course, there is the change in staff, but still the problems remain. Thank you for your question. We didn't review the previous year's recommendations for this specific department. This is the responsibility of the department itself. Of course, I admit this is a problem. If the recommendations are the same year after year after year, it means that the department doesn't understand some process, how it needs to be done properly. So what I would recommend is for the council, WUSA council, to sit down and discuss what needs to be done with these recommendations so that we wouldn't have the same result every year. So, of course, we cannot provide recommendations looking at the recommendations of the previous year. We're looking at the activities and provide recommendations based on that. Thank you for your questions and answers. Vanessa has the next question. She said that she wasn't able to raise a question. It's more of a philosophical question. What does it mean if the activities for program, clubs, and projects is assessed in a positive light, but then the operational planning is assessed negatively? So is not planning related to implementation? We can have 120 targets and implement 2 or 20. So in my opinion, planning is one thing, implementation is another thing. So it's possible that you have a great plan, but you will not properly implement it. You cannot take into the account all the risks. You cannot take into the account the coordinators that will leave together with the knowledge, etc. We had 5 questions. We still have more, a bunch more. So let's see. Is anybody against continuing with this Q&A session? 5, 4, anybody against? 3, 2, 1, nobody against. So let's continue with the Q&A session. Marta says that Camila has a question. Okay. We with Marta together are watching this conference. Hi. I have a question Thank you for the presentation. First of all, I would like to react. Interim report can be submitted in various forms, as you've mentioned yourself. And interim report was submitted during the parliament session. And my question, as you said, certain areas, there were no changes in certain areas. So you didn't you didn't assess it. So my question is, why didn't you assess those areas with no changes, or maybe provide certain recommendations what could be improved? Yes, thank you for your question. Our work principles and methods are established at the beginning of the term. We establish them and approve them. And at the beginning, we said that if there are no changes, we do not assess them. So we haven't received such a feedback that why don't you assess areas with no changes? Maybe this is not the way that things need to be done. I would like to underline that we try to be as open as possible. So if the organization would have said they need to be assessed in certain areas, we would have done it, but we didn't receive any request of such matter. I think another person, the same person who has already raised a question, has one more, so this person moves to the end of the row. As per chronological order, Ugne has a question. She cannot raise it online. Why did you decide to leave the information in various areas without the use of archive? Will such a decision allow to access information in the future? When we were selected as members of the committee, we had been members a few years prior to that in WUSA. We had experience with the fact that archive is a complicated thing. It's not easy to use. We don't know how to use it. We sometimes submit information in the wrong place, and so on and so forth. We wanted changes in that area. We wanted to change it. So we said, archive is not only the storage platform. That is what we say in our recommendation. It cannot, the situation as it is cannot continue. What we need is to sort out the archive. Another part of your question was to ensure that the documents don't get lost. We talked with the departments about this problem. So if it's a Google share, it's Google Drive file. Who is responsible for that? Who can access that location? We did highlight this matter with the relevant departments. We want to ensure that all the links and documents are accessible. Thank you. Second round of questions. Domai. Here, my question is for the accountability of the committee itself. Why don't you publish the minutes of your meetings publicly? Why don't you announce the meeting dates, even though according to the rules, your meetings are open to public? Thank you. Our council has new members now. Claudius was member 2. Claudius would publish the dates in an Excel file. So the dates for council meetings, parliament meetings were announced, and we included committees meetings too, and our meetings are open to the public. And these dates were included to the file, but in the end, there were not that many meetings held. Because we had some delicate matters, sensitive matters were discussed behind closed doors because they were related to matters of specific departments, and we didn't want other parties to be involved in the discussions to ensure confidentiality. And as for minutes, we include the information. Sometimes it's just brainstorming. We're just brainstorming ideas, and sometimes there are no specific goals for the future, so we don't see a point in minutes in such cases. Thank you. Ignas now. A good question was raised about archives. So I have a question more for future reference, for thinking in the future. So the functioning of the revision committee. So the current form is that every year you create method of operation, and then you provide recommendations by the end of the year, and then they are not necessarily taken into account by the departments and so on and so forth. So maybe we as the organization need to have a constant approved methodology, and we would be accountable for implementing some criteria. And revision committee knows by the use of its knowledge can improve the methodology. So your role would be to submit how to improve the methodology and the implementation of that methodology. Because something that archive is important, others think it's not. Why is your decision to make if it's important or not? It's the department's decision, I think. So as what you've mentioned, that there is no structure and continuity in the revisions committee's work, I think that I do agree with your critique. We would need to do something in this area to improve it. Documentation would help, methodology would help. I think we are in dire need of that. In the next year, we could review what we have and maybe actually do make the changes that you've suggested. For example, some differences in documentation, in procedures, and statutes. We need to review everything, review the processes, and have clear description of operations. Darius Balendis has another question. Hello, I don't have a camera, but I will raise this question. Thank you for the opportunity to have this opportunity to raise the question. So, archive. In the previous terms, it's not a question, maybe I'm asking for an advice. How do you suggest to organize the archive? For example, people have left. They left a complete mess in the archive. How can we arrange the files there? How can we contact a previous student? Sometimes we can do that, sometimes we can't. So how do we address this problem? Do you have any good practices in this area? First of all, the revision committee provides recommendations. We cannot provide you know-hows. We just provide recommendations, and it's up to organization, each department of the organization to decide what to do and how to do it. In my opinion, okay, certain contacts have been lost, but maybe we don't need then certain information. Maybe we don't use certain documentation anymore. We can check what we have been using throughout the year, and maybe we don't need certain information in the archive then. Maybe the information is already available somewhere. The web page of WUSA contains certain reports and so on, and maybe we don't need it in the archive. So you need to clearly define what is needed in the archive, how it needs to be organized. The contacts have been lost. Maybe we don't need them anymore. Maybe they're not relevant anymore. Maybe we don't need certain documents that are 5 years old and nobody uses them at all. Thank you. And the last question, which was asked in YouTube. Lina Malaiškaitė asks, she was a former member of revision committee. What is the greatest problem this year, which you have noticed? So is this a new problem, which or is it a problem that occurs throughout the years? So if it's a continuous problem, why do you think it is? It's a recurring problem. I cannot name one. I remember a few years back in the report of our committee, we said we don't need to name just one single problem. Some small problems are ongoing for years and years. Maybe we need to address these small problems that are there for a long time. For this year, in my opinion, I cannot say there is just one problem. I think, first of all, you need to address what is pointed out in the report, and especially reoccurring problems. This is what needs to be addressed. Thank you. Thank you for your review, for presentation, such a detailed presentation. Thank you for all the questions. As usual, revisions committee is very, very a very active discussion. We have so many questions. We can review our conferences from the past, and I think the questions are more or less the same every year because we have some problems that need to be addressed. So now, after all these reports, the president's report, finally, the voting part and the approval of reports. You know, most of you know how to participate in the voting. Probably most of you have experience in this area, but I will present the rules briefly. Not myself, I will explain to you how the process works to ensure everybody is on the same page.
Hello, everyone. I see 137 registered persons in the convention, and you already voted, so you know the procedure. In your emails, you'll find an email from eBalsas, and then there you'll see a link, and you can vote. And there will be only 3 options: for, against, or abstain. So, and please don't rush with closing the links, because the system is not always very stable. Yes, so thank you for your introduction. And by the way, who's the chairman of the teller committee? Milita Užgirytė. Milita Užgirytė will introduce the results of the voting. So as I understood, voting has started, or will start in a few moments, and we can start voting. You will see 3 issues. You can vote on all of them at the same time. So the issues are these: can you approve the yearly activity report? Can you approve the financial report? And can you approve the report by the revision committee? And the options are approve, not approve, and abstain. In the agenda, we have 10 minutes for the vote, but we see we're running late. Maybe let's just leave 5-6 minutes for the voting. I think that should be enough for everyone to log in. Would anyone object this change for the agenda? Please. Raise your objection now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Aiste, is the vote open? Yes. Okay. So open your emails, look for the link, and you can start voting. We have 5 minutes for that on all issues together. And while we're waiting for the results, would anyone like to for your input. When do we get the results? Right. I'm just waiting for the final link. Right. Let me just open that. Right. I'm just gonna turn on my camera. We had 137 registrations, 132 votes, 112 approved the annual report, 17 voted against, and 3 abstained. Then we had the next vote, financial report. We had 130 votes, and 108 voted in favor, abstained 15, and 7 voted against. Both of these reports were approved. Now the revision committee report. We had 137 registrations, 130 votes, 88 in favor, 23 abstentions, and 19 against. So the report by the revision committee is approved. These are the final results. Thank you for the results. I guess we can applaud. Now the president wanted to make a short speech. Here you go. Right, just a very short sentence. I'd like to thank for the approval of the reports. I'd like to thank Ernesta for all the time we spent working together. Ernesta, you should receive a gift today for your work that you carried out with us. We'll have new people in the accounting, and Ernesta spent a long time with us. I'd like to thank you in the name of all the organization for all your responsibility. Of course, finance management is always a difficult issue for the students, and you spent a lot of time for us and with us, and I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you for sharing the burden for us. So thank you for everything. Ernesta, would you also like to make a comment? No? Right. Yes, I would also like to make a comment. Am I on? Right, thank you. Thanks a lot. I wasn't expecting that. Now, what can I say? I'm really happy. We started in 2016 with Andrius. Now we're finishing our works with Claudius. And in the first few years, we created our new accounting system. We created all the documents, all the terms. That was really a lot. And I'm very proud of the financial result that we have now. I'm also proud of my input in this. Of course, each year we see a certain barrier when people are changing. There's a new term. We have to teach new people. We see the same problems, so we have to consult and help. So what I would like to say for all the new people, well, always go for advice, always ask for advice, because the accountants will help. There will be Christina in my place now. She'll take care of your accounts. Well, she's similar to me in sense of responsibility and worldview, so I'm sure that you'll have a good cooperation with her. Thank you, Claudius. Thank you, Egidius. Thank you, Andrus. for all our work together, and thank you for your kind words. Thank you, Ernesta. It was great to cooperate with you, and I would also like to join the thanks that we expressed to you. Right, so now we'll move on for the scary part of the agenda for Justas, because he will now introduce himself as the candidate for the presidency. And so, Justas, here you go. Hello, I hope that everyone sees and hears me. Now, Andreas, I wasn't very afraid about this phase of the debates, but you were trying to scare me, so thank you for that. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you today, even though it's a bit sad that we have to do it in such a unusual form. My name is Justas Kvedaravičius. I'm studying in physics faculty. In physics program, I'm in my third year. I was the coordinator for social process in in WUSA, and I am in Senate as a student representative. In my first and second year, I was active in Energy Society, and I was a chairman in the second year. All of that allowed me to better see the activities of student organizations in the university and to better enrich my studies and to better acquaint myself with the culture of the university. So, given all that my experience, I have certain priorities for the next year for the students' representation. And in order to achieve these priorities, well, in achieving these priorities, I think we could make our activities even more meaningful and the representation even more open for the university, especially for the students. Now, next year, we'll see many processes in the university and on the national level where we can discuss social issues and issues related to higher education and with social and higher education policy. So I think that we'll have to deal a lot with the university community and discuss what systemic changes we would like to see in higher education next year. That's one priority. Now, next priority would be a better integration for students of the university. Now, we have a lot of activities to integrate socially the students, but then given that the situation might change in the next year, we should look for more opportunities. We should look holistically at the integration process. We don't really need to overhaul everything from the very foundation, but we really should refresh our outlook. Now, the next priority is an area that I know very well, is the social and economic problems of the students. And they will be especially visible after this crisis period that we see now. So in representing the students in the university and on the national level, that will be a very important question. And we are not as far advanced as some other universities in Europe in discussing social issues, and we really can improve that. Now, as Claudius mentioned, WUSA had a strategic project for this year, and we had descriptions for their roles in the organization. So I think a revision of that and a full discussion of that in the organization could probably help us improve the processes, and maybe we could redevelop some of the processes, change them, and we could. This is another area where we should focus the next year. Now, next priority area should be the distant learning or e-learning. This is very topical, especially now, and we should learn a lot from the current period of distant learning. We should evaluate the quality of the studies. We should evaluate the quality of the services for the students. We should evaluate all the conditions that are needed for the students to study smoothly. We should better prepare for the future. So these are my main priorities for my activities. But then I hope that you had a chance to look through my main activity guidelines. Now, in these guidelines, I put more emphasis on concrete actions according to the priorities. And here I would see three areas that are important for the representation. So first of all, we have a representation on the university and the national level. Then second area is the university community, and the third area is the studies quality. So first of all, representation of the students on the national and the university level. Now, next year, we'll see an election for the parliament in Lithuania. And this will be an opportunity to speak loudly and to express our voice on the national level. For that, we need a lot of discussions in the parliament, in other organizations, and the results of the discussions should then be used in our suggestions. Now, another important thing regarding the representation for the next year is that the university will prepare its strategic plan, and the students should give their input for that. The students should talk more about what kind of higher education should we have at our university. So it will be important to include students in preparing the strategic plan and to inform them about the processes. This will also be a good opportunity to talk about the lessons learned during the coronavirus crisis. Now, in the next year, we also have the evaluation of the study areas and courses. I think that better inclusion of students is very important to ensure good quality of studies in our university, because by giving suggestions and participating in work groups, in the groups of analysis, all of that should help us to improve the quality of the studies. Now, another priority that I mentioned was to represent the students in raising social and economic issues and problems for the students. So this is going to be important because young people are really getting hurt in this difficult period because they just don't have enough guarantees. So I think that one of the priorities in the university and national level should be to discuss what students need, how can we support them better, what new and better support systems can we implement. Maybe the students, for example, shouldn't work and should focus on the studies. So these are the main areas where I think we should really concentrate in representing the students in the university and in Lithuania. Now, another area of activities where I think that we should really live up to our potential is the community of the university. And here we have to talk about integration. This is one of the strategic goals for WUSA. And we have to talk about academic integration and social integration. But we should have new forms for that for the upcoming year. So we should discuss that in depth so we can form a new holistic approach to integration, including the first cycle students, and we have a lot of experience in that, but also the second and the third cycle students. Now, what's important here is services for the students. And we see a higher demand for counseling, for academic and career counseling. This is very important because crisis here can compromise students' ability to continue the studies. Now, another issue that's important for me, that I see as important, And where WUSA has a lot of potential is to strengthen certain segments of the university community. And one example of that is the student organization. So we have student societies in the university. There are the projects, there are the corporations. I think that WUSA should become an environment which would help students in joining these organizations and to communicate between them and cooperate between them. Now, another important topic was already touched upon, that our university is becoming more and more international. And the student community is more and more international. So we really have to better listen to the foreign students community, better include them to ensure them good studying conditions at Vilnius University. Now, a third area, which I already touched upon, is the quality of the organization and the organizational activities. Now, we already have the description of the processes, which is a good stepping stone in discussing the process about the processes and seeing how to improve them. And there are a few processes that I would like to single out. First of all, planning. This is especially important, especially in the student representation. We're quite good at that. We have experience, but then we still have challenges. And I think we should strengthen 3 areas in this process. First of all, we should include more student community and university community, and we should prepare better for the planning process. We should dedicate more space and time for that, because the planning is the moment where we raise the problems and issues that we want to solve in the year. And also we need to better inform the students whether we implement or not the problems that were raised during the planning process. Now, another issue is that we work a lot with improving the competences of the members. This is a very important activity, and we spend a lot of human and other resources on that. But then I think that this activity could be improved. It takes place during the autumn semester, and we could further improve the processes, especially for our new members. We should find new ways how to better implement this process. Another issue is that WUSA in outside communication bases its activities on the strategy that was created in 2016. And now, well, we have a new strategy that was approved in 2019. So the organization should analyze how the students are seeing the communication, and according to the results of this survey, we should update the strategy. These are the main 3 areas, and you can see all that in my main guidelines. Of course, it would be very difficult to do all that alone. It's actually impossible to do all that alone. So I'd like to present my team that I really trust in, and we work together to create all the ideas. So Viltė Jankauskaitė would be the head of the bureau, academic process coordinator, Aistė Lisevičiūtė from philosophy faculty, Vilius Mickūnas, social process from International Studies Institute, Marius Norkūnas from history faculty, Tomas Begulski from for the academic process, then Nikita Glachenko for the organizational process, Gabija Labekoytė, communication coordinator, and Kamilė Ginekaitė, PR representative from the communication department, then Gabija Donoravičiūtė coordinator for programs and clubs, Roman Nudler, from the medicine faculty, and Edvald Matišaitis from physics faculty, Angelika Ingiuskytė from chemistry department, Marta Venclovaitė from philology. She would be an administrator, and Justinas Kavaliūnas, our IT coordinator. So this is my team, and these are my ideas. I'm looking forward to working together with the team. If you show your trust in me, if you put your trust in me, and I hope that you will support my ideas, and I am looking forward for your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Justas. Thank you for your presentation. You really spoke to the point. Now I'm inviting your questions. So you can raise the questions in the chat box. We see the first. We see the first indication that you want to raise questions, and you're also sending the questions themselves. And of course, you can raise questions while the people are answering the questions. So first will be Domas. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Well, first of all, I'd like to start with a concrete question. The Parliament in the last term talked a lot about students and work. Do you agree that students at the university should have such conditions that they wouldn't have to work for support themselves? And then, what about the students that are forced to work, especially in the cases where we see breaches of labor law? So should WUSA support these students? Now, answering the first question, well, the student undertakes to study in the university, and his first focus should be studies. So we should support the student. We should help him not to pay too much time in other activities that are not central. But then the fact that students are working at free time, well, it's a specific issue. And I guess the main guideline here should be that the student should be able to mostly concentrate on the studies. But then can you repeat your second question?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. There is a group of students who work to be able to survive, to maintain themselves. It's not a job related to their studies. For example, they work in the services sector or in the food sector, they were waitressing and so on. And there are many legal regulations, violations to the law. So, will you organize certain training for students who work in the services sector to ensure their rights are not violated? I wouldn't say that only those students would face certain breaches of their rights. I think that in general, young people don't know much about their rights, about the laws, and it's a general problem, not only the problem of those who work in the services sector. So this training would be relevant for all students. If people would be interested, this could be one of the activities that would be undertaken by the WUSA Students Representation Office. Thank you. Victoria, next question. Yes, my turn. Can I ask the question? Great. Thank you for presenting yourself. My question is simple. Do you agree or disagree that for quality work of VUSA, we need independent departments that form part of VUSA? I believe this is the topic related to the organizational structure itself and the operation of different branches and departments of the organization. I believe we could not separate organization from its branches and the other way around. The central bureau works efficiently if other departments work efficiently and so on. I think we couldn't separate the departments from the central bureau. We need to find the ways to work together in all the areas. Thank you for your question. Ignas, you have the floor. Thank you. I have a few questions. Urte already has raised her hand, so I'll ask my first question, and then after her, I'll ask my second one. VUSA, currently the 52 people listen to the discussion, and 2 persons listen to the discussion in English. And 130 people are listening to another conference. We have 20,000 students in our university, and in the Kaunas Technological University there is much less students, but the participation is much higher. Why do you think there's not enough interest in this very important event, students representational institution event? And why do you think that in Kaunas there is much more interest? Why there are many more participants? How do you see possible to tackle this lack of interest? I do agree that currently the students are quite passive, but of course we need to represent properly the students. Currently there is not much interest in the VUSA work. In some cases, maybe VUSA doesn't deal only with matters that are at the moment important to them. Our activities are much more broader. We can form vision, certain strategic actions which are not the most relevant at the time to a particular student. Maybe we could organize or provide platforms for students to participate in discussions and roundtable discussions so that they would be able to express their opinion. We need to provide them clear and strong motivation to include themselves and participate in VUSA activities. Thank you. I think the revisions committee said this about the more is our feedback, our accountability, the higher the interest is. The next question, please. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your activities in general. I've met you in other organizations, student organizations in the past. You were president of the Energy Society. So maybe you could share exact works or changes that you have foreseen in the future. An interesting question, thank you. I think it's quite to just give one vision how all the organizations should work in the university. I think it's much more diverse than that. I think what VUSA does correctly, it helps organize certain projects, clubs and societies implement. They can provide financial support, experience and so on. So I think one of the things I will do if the conference will express its trust in me, I will work in the area of students' organizations. I will try to strengthen their cooperation between themselves so that they would be more effective. Next. Urte Žakarytė has the question. She is unable to ask it herself. In your opinion, what do you think needs to be changed in the statute, the law on education and studies, and other orders issued by the Minister of the Education and Science and Sports Ministry and other legal acts? And of course, from my part, I will say maybe don't go into too many details, just very briefly. Agree that I couldn't now list all the changes and all the laws that need to be changed. As I've mentioned, I want to include the community of the university so that everybody reaches a consensus on the matters that are important to all of us. The students' community needs to express their opinion about what changes need to happen where. We need to improve the support systems for students so that students would receive income. We also need to work in the area of the availability of higher education for everybody. These are the main areas. Okay, thank you. Next. Participant. So Smilte has the first question, and then we'll have questions from YouTube. Hello, everybody. Hi, Justas. National level representation. In your guidelines, you've mentioned that certain suggestions will be submitted for the next parliament. I believe, of course, everybody, with the new president, we need to discuss our strategies. But my question is, what question will be raised at the national level by your own initiative? Something new that hasn't been addressed so far at the national level, and some matter which is very relevant for the students. A very interesting question. You are asking for something completely new, and I don't think I would be able to name a completely new matter that needs to be raised at a national level. I believe the areas that need to be improved is the social area, accessibility for people with disabilities. This is a very important area. Also, accessibility for different age group people. This has been addressed in certain documents we've submitted already. But I believe this is the biggest gap. We don't have relevant and enough accessibility yet. In Lithuania, we need systematic changes to ensure that all these people are able to study in higher education institutions. So I cannot name a completely new topic that hasn't been mentioned so far. I think we already discussed the problems because we are well aware of those problems, so there's nothing new. Thank you. There are some people who want to raise questions for the second time. Now it's Greta's turn. My turn. So my question is this. A hypothetical situation. The president with the coordinator at the beginning of the term raises certain targets, objectives, but is unable to allocate relevant resources, financial resources, and so on. Or something doesn't isn't a priority anymore. So what would you do in such a situation when you wouldn't have enough resources, you wouldn't be able to fulfill your commitments? What would you do? How would you explain the situation to others? So this year, I was very actively participating in the Central Bureau. There is a bunch of ideas, but we are unable to implement them in 1 year's time. To be able to do so, we need a lot of resources, systematic resources. Then there are some very relevant topics that come to our focus, and we address those proposals, and we agree if we need to achieve them or not. Certain targets, certain objectives, which I've already written them down and expressed them. So we need to discuss everything that is important and then keep communicating with each other on the progress. The next question. Do you hear me well? Hi, Justas. Jorgis asks the question. Your opinion on the ratio between quality and quantity in the Vilnius University. As an example, it could be, should we raise the entry threshold for the university, or should we reduce the number of faculties to ensure better quality across the university? Thank you for your question. In general, I will reply to it very broadly. The question about reducing the number of faculties, I don't think this is the representation's area of expertise. So I'd rather answer the question about the ratio of quality and quantity. I think that our general national strategy seems to be that we're more interested in quantity than quality. And there is this move towards lowering the threshold. I completely disagree with that. What's a good practice is that Vilnius University is very firm. We want to ensure that we maintain the quality of our studies for the students. Thank you, Justas. Next question. Andrius, my namesake, so you have the floor. Hi, Justas. Hi, conference. Your goal was to include more students to the opinion formation. I agree with this, but I would like to know how do you entail to implement this, because I don't see many possibilities to participate in discussions. I'm already a member of VUSA and I don't see many ways to participate. I agree with your idea. I think that we have a number of platforms we need to use to be able to implement this participation in opinion formation. We need to improve our interior communication. We need to improve what we've been doing so far this semester to improve communication via internet and other IT technologies so that everybody would be able to express their opinions and positions. VUSA needs to start going to the classrooms, to the events of students and talking to them directly. Maybe this will give possibilities for each and every one to be heard and to be able to, so that each student would be able to express his or her opinion. Thank you. So, YouTube. Do we have questions on YouTube? No. So Justinas Brazaitis is the next on the list. Justai, hi. My question is an interesting one. So in the last meeting of social affairs, you mentioned that you will be raising your you want to become a president, so now you want to become a president, but what about the social matters? Who will be responsible for that area? I worked a lot in the social area. I was the coordinator of social affairs, and I believe the job will be continued by other people, and we will continue to tackle the problems which are relevant. It's a pity that not everybody followed me so I'm happy to include as many people as possible to the discussions. Thank you.
Taip, toliau kitas 10 klausimas. Neda Žutautaitė. Neda, prašau.
The next question. I hope you can hear me well, Neda. You've mentioned about the quality of the organization's work. Planning is your main area of focus. Management, planning, organization, implementation, and control are the 4 main areas of management. So, of course, this is where you will have to work a lot, because as a leader of the organization, don't you think that other 3 areas are less relevant? Why didn't you mention them? Or maybe you could explain more on the remaining 3, as you've mentioned planning quite extensively. Thank you. Neda, your question is quite a long one. I will ask you to remind me this question later, because I don't have very extensive knowledge in the theory of management itself. I think that planning is the time when we discuss the matters that are important for the whole community of students and for our representation office. And we also discuss what's the most important, what's our role within the community of the students. And also, this is the way to create conditions for everybody to express their opinion and contribute to the strategic planning. So I think this is just the first step in our work. Maybe I won't be able to implement everything I have planned, but I think that planning is very important, and it ensures what good planning can then ensure the rest 3 areas are also done correctly. Thank you, Justas. 10 questions we've heard so far. As we have remaining questions, I offer to continue the session. Is anybody against? Please raise objections. You have 5, 4, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0. We continue with the Q&A. Justas, people have questions to you. So the next question by Neda was just now, and Augusta has now the floor. Please. Hi, Justai. My question is a simpler one, related to the Council of VUSA. It's no secret that... How do you see working with the Council? What else can be done in this cooperation with the Council? What other actions could be done? By answering to your question, I would say that for me, quality is more important than quantity. So I believe this is the main principles that should be implemented both in the Council and the Parliament. So as members of the Council, we need to focus more on the improvement of our competences and skills. So because the Council members are the leaders in their own departments in representing the students. That is why their competences are very important. How to make it more effective, I think we need to hold as many discussions as possible, productive discussions, because discussions result in points of disagreement, which will then in turn give very fruitful floor to fruitful discussions. The next question, Victoria Giluta. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. First of all, Justas, congratulations on your determination to be the leader of our organization. I hope that people will express their trust in you. My question is not about the interior matters, but the national policy. You've mentioned many times about, you talk a lot about young people, not about students only. How do you see WUSA in the formation of the national policy, and do you think that we need to join the biggest NGO of young people? I will leave the LIOT organization. I think that, of course, the priority and focus lies on the Vilnius University students. But of course, most students are young students, and they have the same problems that are important to all young people. As for the council activities, I believe WUSA, the organization you mentioned, the Youth Organizations Council, is active in many cities, and WUSA has no job in Šiauliai or other cities of Lithuania. So, but of course, any actions in the area need to be decided by the council, our council. Maybe we could improve discussions with them, cooperation with them.
Right. Thank you. What do we have next? Right, so I'll read the question by Arina. Can you specify at least one mistake by Claudius that you wouldn't want to repeat? Right, that's a very direct question. Thanks for that. I think one thing I learned from, and I would probably do, I probably would be more careful in this, is that teamwork and my work in the organization, I would like to ensure that my team would be able to work as smoothly as possible. Right. Then Tomas Kaniauskas. I'll read his question. Claudius, especially during his second term, in my opinion, was very well knew very well about the problem of medicine students. Can you see a way to take over the experience and continue his work? Right, I can agree that Claudius knew very well the problems of medicine students. He cared a lot about that. Now, what do I see here? I can't say that at the moment I know very well medicine studies. We have a lot of study fields in our university, but I think that's why cooperation with the council members is so important. We have to learn about the department from the council members. So I believe that work with council members would be my first step that I should do, or that become my tool to learn about the problems of the medical students. Well, I guess the main problem could be maybe just doing away with the notebooks. Notebooks from Marx. Right, the next question is by Tautvidas. Thank you. Hi, Justas. We have a question regarding the foreigners. So, Faculty of Medicine is very specific regarding the foreign students. So how do you see your cooperation with foreign students? And what are the goals you would like to implement in your term as regards the issues related to foreign students? Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, I have a foreign student from medicine faculty, Roman, and together with him, we are discussing how can we improve the situation for foreign students in Vilnius University, how to integrate them better, how to strengthen the community, how to make sure that the community is active in all the departments, because we still have we have a lot of foreign students in business department and the other departments. So I think together with Roman, we'll be able to initiate changes at the level of university. Now, what are the most important things? Well, first of all, they need a lot of social integration, and we excel in this area for Lithuanian students. We should probably expand that and make sure that our integration activities are open for international community. And then we should also improve the consultancy system for our organization, so we could communicate better with the community.
Mhm. Ačiū. Tai
Yes, thank you.
kitas klausimas, kurį dar
Next,
įvardinti.
I'm gonna read a question,
Sudėtinga.
a very long question actually.
Aiškiai perskaityti. Mes
I'll try to read it.
pabrėžti, kad esame vieninga organizacija.
Now, we're saying quite often that we are a very united organization, but then as a student, as a chairman, I saw that unity is seen as a very specific way. That means that sometimes differing view is met with even aggression. But then when you need help and support for the team members, there is no support. So the question is, what is unity and where should be the limits of the unity? Right, so I'll just express my philosophy on the issue then. I don't think that this kind of discussions are productive when we were trying to say that we are completely united and we have completely united positions and everything. Well, that's possible. In any kind of society or organization, there will be differing interests. But I think that what's most important is to make sure that we're representing the students and working for their interests. So unity in this case would mean looking for the grounds where we could base our discussions, and we should at least know all the viewpoints from the community so we could express the students. Our unity lies in the fact that we have to represent the students. Even though the ideas might be different, we have to express different ideas. Right, thank you. We're done with the next 5-question block. We are late, but then we still have a few minutes for this particular question. Excuse me, this particular issue. So we have another question from a participant in the conference, and there are several questions, follow-up questions from the people who want to raise additional questions. And then there's YouTube questions. So would the conference approve an extension for the questions and answer session? It will take more time, but we really should address all of the questions so that students can have a better opinion about Justas. So are there any objections? If there are objections, please express them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, no objections. Let's continue. A short question by Gabija Vaslavaitė. Are you going to cooperate with the representations of other universities? My answer will be also short. Yes, it's important to cooperate so that we can share good practice and learn about bad experiences. All of us are representing students. That's something that unites us. So, of course, we have to find issues where we can cooperate. Right, great, thanks. So we have no new questions from members of the conference. So I'll move on to the people who are raising follow-up questions. Ignas first. Right, just as you talked a lot about discussions and common decision making, but as a president, you'll have to make your own decisions a lot, because it's not always possible to discuss everything and reach consensus. So I want to know your opinion about things, and I do hope that I can, as a candidate, you know about various issues related to higher education, including the a definition of good student. According to the Constitutional Court, this definition is anti-constitutional. So then they included all kinds of levels, grades, etc. And then the university also included a temporary process of approving good students. But of course, the process became permanent instead of being temporary. So what do you think about all of this? And what do you think of the definition of good student? Do you think this should be changed? And do you think that WUSA should take initiative? Right. Well, that was an interesting introduction for your question. Well, I don't have a perfect opinion about this. I don't know everything about this particular issue. Now, a definition of good student. Well, I think it's by default somewhat subjective. But then if we can find objective criteria to define that, that would be good. And it should also depend on the vision of the higher education in our university. I don't think that the current criteria are all particularly suitable. But for the moment, I couldn't give any new suggestions. I think we should look for ways to evaluate the academic potential of the student. And we shouldn't base that only on something as simple as just getting grades. That. Thank you. Right. Now we can move to our video feed in YouTube. We have questions there. Excuse me, I also have a question. All right, excuse me. Go ahead. Right, excuse me to reminding about myself in such a rude way, but yeah, I wanted to ask a question. Now, in your program, Justas, you mentioned that student representation should talk about better social grant system for the students. And you mentioned Germany as a good example. Well, I've been in Germany on Erasmus, and I know Germany well. And in most of the federal lands of Germany, all students are members of the representation, and everyone pays a tax on that, and because of that, representations are more powerful and they're better financed. So better social conditions for the students are related to the fact that their student representations are better funded and can do more. So maybe in this case, in Lithuania, also the student representation should, first of all, strengthen its own position and solve its own problems, because, well, then more students would be interested in the representation, because students would be interested in how their money is spent. Would that help? Was that a short question, yeah? Right. Okay, I'll try to answer that. When I mentioned Germany, what I had in mind was that the issue of working is solved and the students get better funding. And that applies to the level that the student can balance work and studies, and work doesn't interfere with the studies. They also have a good loan system, which creates better opportunities for studying. Now, how to empower student representation? Well, I think that student representation should always be better empowered. They have more power and should be able to use that to represent students better. Because the changes that representation should carry out are directly related to student interests. But I don't think that the best way to do that would be to tax the members of the representation. I wouldn't know what's the consensus among the Vilnius University students on this issue, so I couldn't comment on that. And I think that it's not my opinion would be very important in this area. I think that what's most important would be what advantages that would confer for the students. So I just can't give further comments on that. Right. Let's move to YouTube questions. Excuse me. I also mentioned that I have a second question. And I try to remind about that. Milita Užgirytė. Well, I'm very active in one of the clubs, and this is an important area for me. So I have a question for you. Programs, clubs, and projects don't have a ability to elect delegates for the annual convention. So it's difficult for the members to join this convention if they're not coordinators in other departments, and so they can't express their opinions. Thus, it's difficult. Well, given the communication that clubs are said to be equal in WUSA, this situation where we can't elect the delegates, well, that's difficult to accept then, and we're excluded. Well, I think that to talk about exclusion is going a bit too far. I do think that this representation should find ways of better including the clubs in our activities, and of course they are also a part of our organization. But I don't think that student organizations should always express opinions on all matters of the representation, because they don't always have competences in this area. So we should differentiate the areas of representing students and working with their student organizations. And we should find for better ways for the representation to work. Right, okay. Let's move on for YouTube, and I won't allow any further questions from the delegates. I would just like to point out that any student could be elected to any body in the students' representation. It doesn't matter whether they belong in any club or program or not. So let's move on to the YouTube questions. Two similar questions. Gintarė Zinkevičiūtė. Justas, what do you think? Should universities join the fight against climate change? And if yes, what would be the role for WUSA? And another question is a more concrete issue. Another question that's related to this. Claudius mentioned, this question from Emilia Petriškaitė. Claudius mentioned that he was pressured to implement green university idea. Recycling is a good start. What could be the further tools and measures? So right, so here you go, two questions for you. University, WUSA, and the Green University, and what will you be doing with us?
As for the Green University, I believe, yes, the university should be socially responsible and to implement its third mission, the mission of the university. Generally speaking, I don't remember exactly about this pressure to be greener university. But of course, I believe this field is area for improving ourselves. Recycling is just a start. I believe that we could adapt ourselves much better according to the modern needs to ensure that we reduce our impact, that we're responsible consumers. And how to implement that? We need to hold discussions with the community of the university. And some decisions may not be too popular in this area because becoming socially responsible is not always an easy path. Short questions. Agniaus Atskita, is the president equal member of the council or the leader of the council is the leader? The president is just the ones. I believe that the president, all the members of the council need to have experience and knowledgeable to be able to make the right decision. Lisauskas, where do you think are the biggest red tape prevent you from implementing what you want? Yes, there is some red tape because but we have experience, and I believe institutional experience, and I believe that we will be able to work in this area without a problem. Which areas do you feel the weakest and you believe that you will need help from the organization? An interesting question. I won't be able to respond maybe properly or very in detail. I think for me is what's difficult is to carry the responsibility for everybody at the same time and to be able to take into account everybody's needs. And sometimes, of course, we need to ensure that what we do is what's important and has a meaning. Vanessa has the next question. You've mentioned that you're planning to cooperate with other organizations outside the university. What are those organizations? And what are the areas of cooperation, do you think? I will try to answer shortly. I believe that the main organizations we need to cooperate with are the ones that represent the interests of students. And our goal is to ensure and youth organizations to improve the conditions in general of young people. You've mentioned that we need to tackle such questions as ensuring accessibility to people with disabilities. How will you ensure the integration of people with disabilities, both psychological disabilities and also mobility? It's a good question. There are other good examples. For example, here and there, there is a national program that is in Ireland currently being implemented. I believe the best opportunities are, we need to ensure that all people are included and that we make everything possible to ensure that if they access the university, they are able to stay in the university and to ensure that the environment is adapted to the needs of everybody. And we need to find exact solutions how to do that, to be able to make sure that the university is adapted for everyone. Next question. Can we expect that the social academic information during your term will be updated? And also about the counseling of foreign students. I think I've already mentioned this in the previous questions. This is one of the main goals. We created counseling system for students in general, and now we need to create one system adapted for the needs of international students. I think it may be a long-term goal, but we need to ensure that the students receive counseling across the faculty. And I believe that we need to draft and prepare such a counseling program.
Ačiū ir
Thank you.
viskas.
That's it.
Paleidžiam Justą.
We can now give some space for Justas to relax, to take some
Prašysiu Aistės
time off after this discussion. And now,
14:25 originaliai
14:25, originally we have planned a break and then a voting session.
14:35 mes siūlyčiau
So now let's
klausytis uždaryti
have a
balsavimą
break.
ir iš karto žiūrėti, skelbti rezultatus ir tą pertraukėlę prabalsavus ir padaryti. Tai Aiste, skelbėme balsavimą.
So now we will announce the voting and then we'll have the break. So it's open now until 14:35. 2
Okay.
hours 35 minutes. Yes, it's open. It's confirmed. The voting is open. Please go to your email.
Paspaudžiate nuorodą.
Click on the link that has been sent to you. A new window will pop up.
Ar balsuojate
There will be a question whether you vote for, against, or do you abstain.
Jeigu turite kažkokių
If you have technical problems, as before, let us know, give us a shout, text us.
Stengsimės išspręsti.
We will do everything possible to tackle it. If you see any problems, please do let us know. After the voting is closed, we don't accept any appeals. The voting is open now.
kas nespėjo, tas nespėjo, patys kalti. Aiste, uždarom balsavimą ir keliam nuorodą balsų skaičiavimo komisijai paskelbti balsavimo rezultatus.
The voting is closed. It's 14:35.
Metai kančių. Laukia ar nelaukia žmogaus?
So is Justas going to be elected?
Jau yra nuoroda. Milita.
Taip, tuoj paskelbsiu rezultatus. Tai
So the results will be announced
137 iš
soon.
viso
137
balsavo
registered,
99
99 for,
susilaikė 9
24
žmonės.
against.
Tai,
As you can see, we have elected our new president. My best regards to him.
Ačiū, Milita. Ačiū
Thank you,
balsavusiem.
Milita. Thank you for the voters.
Išrinktam prezidentui.
I feel sorry for the new elected president because he has a tough year ahead.
Vėliau pareikšim, tai va, galim visi paploti.
So let's everybody express our congratulations by clapping or in other way.
Sveikinimai bus vėliau.
We will extend our
Pasidžiaugiam, pasišypsom.
congratulations
Valio,
later.
užrašykit, aš vat užrašysiu. Palaukit, valio. Jūs
I
galit
will
palaikyt, ten širdutes uždėti.
Post a
Važiuojam toliau.
post and you can like it.
Kandidatų į revizijos
Revision
komisiją
committee
klausimai.
representation of candidates and questions.
Gautos buvo 4
Four
kandidatų
candidates
į revizijos
submitted
komisiją.
their applications.
Dokumentais jūs galėt, kaip pas mane čia kampe viskas širdutėm
So I see so many hearts. Everybody liked the new elected president. Nobody else likes my other posts, so I'm happy. 4 applications submitted. You had the documents available and you were able to read their curriculum vitae.
Ir mano žiniomis buvo gauti vėliau vieni dokumentai, tai galima įsikelti konferencijoje, reikia tą turėti galvoje. Tai
So you had this information available to you.
Kas ten yra su tais dokumentais?
Taip, nežinau, matote?
So do you see me? Okay.
Tai dokumentai buvo gauti.
The documents were submitted.
Dėja po laiko, kadangi
Unfortunately,
nurodoma VUSA
there is
statutuose,
clear
kad yra aiškus
in the statute of VUSA,
terminas, todėl
there is a clear
dokumentų
deadline.
registruotos 4 kandidatūros.
So only 4 applications were registered.
Aš lygiai taip pat keliu jos kandidatūrą.
Dominika Zhukovska is the applicant I support, and she will be able to present herself.
Supratau, ačiū. Tai gerai, tai žiūrėkit dabar.
And those who missed the deadline were not submitted for candidates.
Tikrai neišsiplėsti po kelias minutes.
So please try to be as brief as possible.
Ai, atsiprašau. Taigi dar gali kas nors įsikelti.
Sorry, if somebody wants to raise their candidacy now, you could do so. You can tell so by turning on your mic or by texting me or in the chat. So more time is needed. 5 seconds for your candidacy. 10, 9, 8, 7, 4, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Registration closed. For the applications for the committee, nobody wanted to do so. So please, Haroldas, Bernadetta, Milda, Erika, and Dominika, who has done so now, so that's why we didn't have her documents. Hi. I will be brief. Probably you know me. In the last year, I was the member of the committee. I want to keep going, keep working. I love the job. I loved working within the organization. I loved helping, trying to help and assist the organization to submit ideas, how to improve your work, what could be changed. I believe it's the time I I want to see the general overview of the organization. So I would like to get the general overview of the whole operation of the organization. The operations that are undertaking, what could be improved in the processes. This is my main vision. You've read my motivational letter. There is more details on everything in general. Thank you.
Aha, toliau Bernadeta.
Bernadetta, you have the floor now.
Tai sveiki.
Hi,
Aš esu Bernadeta.
my
ir
name is
savo
Bernadetta.
veiklos ilgos
I don't.
pusių nepristatinėsiu, pagalit matyti.
I will not represent my whole curriculum.
Tikrai tikiu, kad spėsit užmesti akį.
I hope that you've had or you will have time to review briefly my CV. For 5 years, I've been working in the organization,
Biuro koordinatorė, veikiau
and I've also worked as a central bureau coordinator,
tiek su veiklos
and I've worked with the processes, operational processes of the organizational general documentation. I worked in various areas.
veiklą organizacijoje baigiu.
I'm finishing my work in the organization, and I see as a problem that there is constant change both in staff and competences. I see this as a problem. There's constant change and too quickly the staff change all the time. So I think that what's important is to empower my own knowledge for the benefit of the organization. Also, this is why I want to apply for the position.
Ačiū Bernadetai.
Thank you, Bernadette.
Milda.
Next is Milda.
Sveiki visi.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. My name is Milda. I'm a pharmacy student. It's my 5th year in the Faculty of Medicine. What was my position in the organization? I was a representative as the coordinator of mentors. I was part of various projects, drafting of projects. I was organizing a number of conferences, and in the last 2 years, I was council manager of my faculty. I feel responsible, and I want to continue working for the benefit of this organization. I want to share my experience, to help the organization grow. That is why I currently apply to become a member of the committee.
Ačiū, Erika.
Thank you. Erika now. Thank you. I am Erika Nedvedska. Previous term, I was coordinator of education term, and I had some other coordinating events. That's my current experience in WUSA. I'm in my 2nd year at the university. Now, as the term near the end, I was thinking whether I want to continue my activities in WUSA or move out. But then I think that I haven't done everything I wanted to do to improve the organization. I still want to contribute. So I was reminded about the revision commission, and I realized that this is something that could interest me. And I would like to pay more attention to the issues of quality. How can we increase the quality of the organization? So that's why I'm
Ačiū, Erika. Ir
raising my candidacy. Thank you, Erika. And now Dominika. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, my name is Dominika. I'm from the Faculty of Law. Well, you didn't receive my documents, so I'll talk a bit more about myself and what I've been doing. The Faculty of Law, I've been in the student representation from the first year, then 2 years as a coordinator, and then 2 years as a student representative in the Council of the Faculty and in the Committee of Study Programs in the Studies Council. And I've also been 4-year member of the collegial governing body. During the last year, I've been a bit more away with activities, but this year I would like to get back to that. I think that the 1-year break that I had wouldn't interfere my activities in the revision committee. On the other hand, it should actually help me because I could look at the processes from a further away. Right, that's it.
Ačiū, Dominyka.
Thank you, Dominika.
Taip, gerai.
Right?
Drilas lygiai toks pats. Norite
The drill is the same.
išreiškite šitą
If you want to raise a question, indicate in the
posėdžių lange.
chat
Galėtumėte
box,
užduoti klausimą transliacijos žiūrovai, norintys užduoti
or
klausimą,
you can also
delegatais galite
write a question in a comment in YouTube.
mes juos įgarsinsim.
We'll get the questions and read them.
Tai taip, galite, kaip ir minėjau, išreikšti savo pageidavimą užduoti
And so, as I mentioned, you can indicate that you want to raise a question,
laiką,
chat,
kol užduodami klausimai, kol
while
pateikiami.
we're having the questions and answer session. You can do it at any time.
Tai matau vieną kol kas
I
pageidavimą užduoti
so far see only one indication, and I guess we can start with that. Domas Lavrukaitis. Thank you for the floor. I have a question for everyone. It's a yes or no question, so it should be quick. On the revision committee, would you agree that the revision commission should publicize their minutes and the dates? And then would you also do it as it's laid down in the rules that if the meeting is behind closed doors, the committee should indicate why? Okay, so okay, can I start? Yes, well, I don't see a problem with that. I just think that some of the meetings, part of the meetings, just work in sections where we don't have a lot of discussions and we just do our work and draft the conclusions. So in these kind of meetings, there's no real point in inviting outside participants because they won't have anything to see there. But then in discussing more fundamental issues like discussing the methodology, etc., we'll definitely have open meetings for the participants.
Toliau iš eilės, manau,
Thank you. Just let's continue in the same order.
Na, į posėdžius, tai aš manau, kad tikrai tais
Right. As for the meetings, when the meetings can be open, when we're not discussing sensitive data, we really should invite people, and it would be good if they could participate. But then that's not always possible this year because there will be lots of sensitive information that probably shouldn't be publicized. Now about the publication of dates and minutes. Well, of course, for the open meetings, for sure, why not? The same for the minutes. The revision committee is mostly oriented in improving the quality. So I don't think that would be a big obstacle for us. Well, my answer would be yes. Yes, we would comply with the regulation. And in case we organize meetings behind closed doors, we would inform why. So yes.
Okay. Ačiū, Erika.
Thank you, Erika. Yes, I think that all of the decisions by revision committee should be made by all the members, so I couldn't say which way things should be going. But then if no one would oppose, then yeah, I think that openness can be introduced in certain cases and should be welcomed. Thank you. Right, I can just agree with what was said before. We should publicize information and we should invite other participants. That could improve the quality of the revision committee. And the minutes are in the VUSA archive. There are minutes for this year and for the previous years. We should just continue that for the next year. Right, thank you. Okay, the next question. So we'll start with the other, in the inverse order to answer the questions. Right, so the question is for everyone, yes. Now, revision committee watches the organization and tries to evaluate what's doing good or not so good. Now, the members of the revision committee who have only experience in VUSA, well, can't really contribute as much as we would expect from the committee, because to be able to evaluate what's being good or not or badly in the organization, so they need experience from outside. My question is for everyone: do you have outside experience? All right, okay. So let's start from the inverse order. So we'll start with Dominika. The answers. Yes. Most of my experience comes from the representation, but I also been active in one of the projects, the law clinic, so I could bring experience from there, inside experience from inside the project, and also have work experience. But I don't have a lot of NGO experience. But then I worked in a law firms and an association for oncology patients. I could bring that in. Right, thank you. Erika? Right, I can say the same thing. My main experience is also from VUSA. I was a person who was under revision and I'm gonna do revision. So I think I would be able to see things how to be improved. But then, yeah, I do agree that we should find outside experience and bring in better contributions. Thank you. Right, outside student representation, I've been acting in some other organizations, student pharmacist organization, and the pharmacist organization of Lithuania, and we saw how different teams are carrying out their processes. And I do hope that this experience will help in the revision committee to see things from other angles, not only as a VUSA member. Thank you. Bernadetta? Right. Before coming to VUSA, I had experience from otherwise. I was in the school students union and several other organizations in the Red Cross. So I do have some experience in different activity models. I helped with carrying out the changes of the structure. I do have outside context outside of VUSA. I also been in the psychology students organization. So I do think that I could bring in some methodological information. I thank you. Now Haroldas. Thanks. From my side, I could add that I've been many years in VUSA in our faculty, and then I've been in the revision committee But then, of course, we can look at other organizations, how they carry out their evaluations. SKVC and others, we can go there to look for experiences. Okay, Haroldas, I think you can leave your mic on because you'll start with the next question. Should be easiest for you, I guess, this question. So the question is from Aiste Rinkevičiūtė. Which main aspects would you change in the methodology of the evaluation? Right, so to answer this question, I'd start with that I think that the methodology we used this year was useful for the organization. But then it was the third year that we had the same methodology or similar methodology. And the organization already saw a lot of the evaluations and could improve a lot. What we don't see is a big picture regarding the organization. Every information center is separately publicizing information, but we don't see the big picture, how the organization itself is doing that. Same is for the coordinators, etc. So I do think that we should prioritize this kind of evaluation where we would see the organization as a whole, big picture. Right, yes. For the others, just keep it short and just point out a few essential things. Right. I would look at the professional evaluation and the general level evaluation. So we shouldn't talk only about the departments. And maybe we could share out the workload because normally each department would be evaluated by 1 or 2 persons. But then maybe we should have a separate person evaluating the processes in all the departments, but not the separate departments. I would look for evaluation possibilities that could let us see the big picture. Thank you. Right, I could only support what was said. I think it would be very interesting and useful for the organization to see the efficiency of the processes. We have created documents, the description of the processes according to ISO standards, and now we should really look at how to improve that from the revision committee. Thank you, Dominika. Oh, excuse me, Erika. Right. I can support the others. Yes. I would also agree that we should do the same. Now we could find more concrete suggestions when we actually start on the methodology. Right, and now Dominika. Right, we already discussed this, what future for revision we could see. And when Haroldas invited me, I heard his view and I think I could support it. I think we should move on the evaluation level from the departments to the activities. Then we probably find more room for improvement. All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next question. Again, for everyone. All right, so we'll start with Dominika for the answers. The question: should we have a criteria for the candidates for the revision committee? If yes, which criteria? If not, why not? I think in this case, the competence and the desire for the person to be on the committee is important than formal committees. From past experience, we see that we had students, we had ex-students, and we had, for example, the second-year students, very various types. So I wouldn't include experience in the VUSA as a very good criteria. I think we should evaluate every person, his or her motivation and competences, then evaluate him on the basis of his activities in the representation. Thank you. Erika? I can only agree I think that for all the roles, we need to think about the motivation and vision of the person, what he wants to carry out. Think about his motivation and his desire to learn instead of some formal preconditions or criteria. Milda? I think that the main factor should be motivation. And then I think we also should evaluate the experience, see what can that person bring to the organization and to the role.
Bernadetta?
Thank you. Bernadetta?
Kompetencija, tai gebėjimas
Right. I think that the competition is important. It's also important to be able to see all of the processes from the broader view and to be impersonal and objective in your work. These are important issues. Now, evaluating the tasks for the revision committee, I think what's important here is to have people with different competences, with varied competences, and coming from different backgrounds so that they could evaluate the whole organization.
Ir Haraldai?
Right, thanks. Now, Haroldas.
Nesikartosiu, sutinku, ką
So I won't repeat, I can just agree with what the other candidate said.
manau, kad
I
jokių formalių
think that there shouldn't be any formal criteria.
pati konferencija turėtų nuspręsti,
The annual convention should just decide
jų motyvaciją
on the persons, on their competence and their motivation,
organizacijai. Tai tiek.
and to give their input for the organization.
Okay, toliau klausimas iš mūsų transliacijos YouTube.
The next question comes from YouTube. Lukas Lisauskas. Do you think it's needed that the organization, that the committee should have close relations with units they assess? And also, what do you think about the ability to accept critique? It's often people don't know how to. I think that close, warm relations, there are pros and cons for that. If you have good relations, then you're human and you may not be too objective. But of course, you may see what the problems that unit or department faces. So you may have more knowledge, more in-depth knowledge through this relationship. But then if you get too close, there may be no objectivity, and then there is no point almost in your work. But of course, we will discuss it with a newly established commission, how many units we will be and departments we will be revising and so on. I think that good communication and relations are important so that the assessed units wouldn't feel they are under a looking glass and they have no way to explain themselves. Of course, so warm relations doesn't mean inclusion into certain activities or having drinks together. So feedback, we receive feedback from the revision committee and from other bodies too. It's important to disseminate then this information, this feedback that we provide. I think it's important that the units which are assessed would be well informed on what the revision committee is, what the revision committee's role is, so that they would know what to expect by the end of the year when they receive the recommendations. Relations need to be established and maintained, but of course we need to discuss how warm or cold these relations need to be. We need to find this perfect balance to ensure quality work. I think that good relations, warm relations, is a good thing when everybody can communicate and agree with each other, but I second my colleagues. We have to be unbiased, objective, and we need to know where to draw the limit so that we would remain objective. Relations between assessed units and the committee is important because this allows us to assess better the circumstances and so on. And it's also a kind of a feedback to us whether we function properly. But offers communication, then they can just build a wall and just fence out, and then we wouldn't get any information about additional circumstances and factors that influence the current situation in the department. So this may end up in a negative review by us. So I see that we have another question. I hope the last one. Dominikas said he wants to ask a question. Yes, this is the last question from me. So, as for criteria, business companies choose people according to values, and I believe that all of you meet this criteria of values. Now, the second criteria for private companies is ambition. So, of course, I believe you want to do good, to do a positive impact on the organization. So what is your ambition? Can you comment on that? Good question. I asked myself this question, why I want to be here. I thought about it before. I think that the revision committee is an important body, and I will be interested in the work I will be doing. This opportunity opened itself to me to be part of this committee. I'm very interested, I'm very motivated, and I think I will be enjoying it. I don't have any other personal goals in this. In my case, I will probably repeat again that also I'm interested. I want to learn new things, to know something new. Another motivational factor, when I wanted to leave the representation, I was doing quite well, and I didn't want just to leave everything without sharing my knowledge. I want to do something more. That is my ambition, to be able to help both the organization and myself grow. I'm interested mostly in the processes and to find areas that do function and function well, and the areas where we could just congratulate ourselves for a good job, and also find those areas which need improving. I want to help the organization improve. This is my ambition. My goal is, through my experience, to ensure that these recommendations would help the organization identify areas for improvement and would result in real change. I would repeat once again, I'm also here because I'm interested, and my biggest drive and ambition is new methodology, new assessment methodology. I think that after implementing it, we will see really positive changes. That would be all from my part. Thank you. No further questions. Good. So we close the Q&A session. So Lukas
objektyvus vertinimas ne visai įmanomas.
Objective assessment, he raised a question about the assessment.
Aiste, čia
It's not
norėsi
always possible to
būtinai.
Atsiprašau, neperėjau į kitą.
provide objective assessment.
Em,
It was more
objektyvus
comment
vertinimas ne visai
than a
įmanomas,
question,
vis tiek
says
vertina
Lukas
tiesiog ypač
Lisauskas.
kokybinis vertinimas
Of
nėra
course,
juoda balta.
assessment is never just black and white.
Pasitikėjimą jūsų subjektyviu vertinimu. Tai konferencijai
Conference, by selecting you, shows that it puts its trust into your hands
Tai vat,
and that the organization trusts your subjective assessment. So let's now
ten darei,
see.
tai aš norėčiau, kad tu
I would
kad mes pereitumėm prie balsavimo.
like to start the voting, to open the voting. Aiste, you were the one responsible, so please open the voting system. You'll have 5 candidates.
Už kiekvieną, ko gero, balsuojate už prieš.
Probably you vote as always for, against, abstain. For each candidate, you have to cast your vote.
Viename lange viskas bus, aš manau, mums
As I understand, you'll have 1 window for the voting, and I'm sure 5 minutes is enough. Is it open, Aiste? Please let us know.
Taip, tik
Yes, the
reikėtų
voting
patvirtinimo, kad
is
viskas
open. I
gerai
need
vyksta.
confirmation from somebody to
Tai yra,
ensure that
galite
everything
balsuoti
is
už visus
working
kandidatus.
as it should. Can you vote? Yes, we can. The audience says. Great. The voting is open. You can cast your vote for 5 candidates and you have 5 minutes. We are back at 15:16.
Tikrai žinau, kad yra buvę konferencijose, kad bent jau vienas konferencijos dalyvis nematė visų kandidatų pasirinkimų, tai visi kiti matė, vienas nematė. Tai
Of course, there have been cases when some people had technical difficulties. It may happen. So if you have the case when you're missing a candidate or you can't cast a vote, let us know. So the candidates, as mentioned, are Haroldas Vitunskas, Bernadette Dikčiūtė, Milda Girdanytė, Erika Nedvecka, Dominika Žukovska. If you
May I
can't
ask something?
any of those candidates, please let us know.
May
I ask you here, or should I ask in the MST chat? Because I was only able to select one person.
voting will be closed because more than 5 minutes have passed from the beginning of the second attempt to cast votes. So please present the results, Aiste. Melita, sorry. Melita. Yes, so I will present the results. 137 registered, 109 voted, for Bernadetta, 97, 96 for Haraldas, Mildas 71, 69 for Erika, 62 for Dominika, 9 abstained. So all candidates received over 50% of votes. That means that we can congratulate them as our new commission, revision committee. Congratulations to the new commission. Hooray! We can clap our hands, or maybe just text the congratulations. They have hard work ahead of them. I hope you will fulfill your duties to the best of your abilities. As I've understood from what Dominika has mentioned, you already discussed the candidates for the president of the committee. Please do organize a meeting separately. Maybe now you can do this, just agree between yourselves and name the president. Maybe it's no secret. Maybe you already know who that person is. Please repeat, we didn't hear you. We discussed that I will be the president, says Haraldas. Congratulations to the committee and congratulations to Haraldas, the president of the committee. We wish you fruitful and good job. I hope you will be able to assess not the departmental units, but the activities and processes they perform. Thank you for your determination to work. Thanks to the conference for voting. Now we move on the next item on our agenda, which is any other business. So if you have any other business, please, it's the time to raise your questions. I'm calculating 5. And afterwards, we'll move to the celebration. 5. For questions, 5 minutes, seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. No any other business. That's it. So the next item on our agenda is congratulations part.
All right, so we'll have a more beginning on this agenda point, and then we'll move on for a less formal part. So I will still have a YouTube feed. I'd like to invite to express your congratulations, well, to whomever, the ex-president, the current president, the new president, or the teams, or whomever you would like. Right, maybe I could start, possibly, says Claudius Melis. Okay. Right. First of all, I'd like to thank Andrius, Aiste, Greta, Justinas, and Yeva for the coordination of this conference, for your help in the conference. Then I'd like to read my speech. I don't usually write them, and I apologize that the speech is longish, but really we wanted to say everything. And normally we have a long procedure for congratulations. Well, this time it's a bit different procedure, but I know that a lot of you should have received the gifts already, or maybe are gonna receive them soon. Some of you should receive the pins, participation pins. We can't do that face to face. We'll also invite the new council, the old council, to the meeting face to face at some point, and we'll thank for the previous very nice year. So I'd like to continue with my speech. We had a very varied and interesting journey, just like our university is. And our university, I say with a capital letter, because it's a home for me. And you can meet people with different views. You can meet friends in the courtyard at the observatory building. You can go to Kaunas and meet the department. So, but then you will get sleepless nights preparing for the exams or before submitting a thesis. So you get all kinds of days. And my journey wouldn't be as important as interesting without the people I met. People are the foundation of the organization. It's the people who create the added value for themselves, for the university and the city. I've met many people. I'd like to mention just a few. I met Irmantas, a great person who really put in his heart for the doctoral students at the Life Studies Center. He's also one of the persons who is volunteering at center studying COVID. Now Osteia and Nojus. Osteia restarted the label-free club. Lucas started a blog regarding Eurovision. Yeva is a great communicator. And these are just a few mentions, a few examples of the great people I met during that year, which I see as a great challenge. And well, at some points I was very disappointed, and sometimes I was very happy with our activities. I could say that we really experienced everything in my 2 terms, from meeting Dalai Lama to closing out the university. We also organized the debates for the candidates to director position. We also prepared the strategic plan. We did all we can for social scholarships and better funding. We were active in Arcus. We celebrated the 440th anniversary of the university. We also awarded scholarships for that. We were united. We didn't separate ourselves among the different departments. And I'd like to thank for all of that. First of all, I'd like to thank the bureau team. During all that interesting and varied year, the bureau team really helped me. Ilona, Gintarė, Lukas, Justinas, Kamilė, Martas, Erikas, Dovilė, Dominikas, Ignė, Vanessa, Edvardas, Justas. Thank you all. We'll also try to have a gratitude procedure for them to give out gifts and pins. Then there's council, Angelika, Juozas, Aiste, both Agnes, Evaldas, Marius, Monika, Smiltė, Tomas, Karina, Justas, and Mykolas. Well, you really encouraged us to put the focus on the needs of students in all the departments, all the different departments. Thank you for raising the important issues, and I hope that you're gonna continue your work for the organization. I'd like to thank the revision committee, Goda, Victoria, Stina, and Harry. Also the institution support fund, the data protection group, Ieva, Arturas, and Juste, and the Vusa Parliament chairperson, Mingailė. Thank you for cooperation all the time. I do hope we'll be able to meet physically. There was one person who kept asking me why I decided to go for this position, and why me? So that's Ilona, and I'm very thankful for her. She was the person who agreed to work together till the very end. And now I'm in the observatory courtyard, and I see a phrase here, Hinkitura. So I do believe that we can reach anything from here. I know that. Well, so I think it's important for us to understand why we do what we do. And you did support me a lot in all the journey. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to do it without you. Of course, I can't base that on any data, but then I have this feeling that I met a very personal, very close, personally close person. So you and others probably add the same thing, that you were the person who gave hope to organization, joy to organization. That's why I would like to thank you and everyone else who accompanied us during the journey. We had a very long journey. It was difficult. Of course, there were mistakes. I can admit to that. Then, of course, we had times when everything went very smoothly. I could smile, enjoy those times. There were also things that didn't work out. I would like to congratulate Justas for taking on the responsibility, for making this big step, strong step for himself and for the organization, a big step forward. I do hope that you'll base all your decision on the statute of Vilnius University. I also hope that you will listen to the opinions of the people, and you will never forget yourself in this journey. Don't forget who you are. I think that you show that in the conference too. You are a very open-minded, very sincere person, very curious person. I see that you made great progress already and did a lot for the students. But then, well, you can continue. So these are my thanks. I'd like to thank everyone, and I do hope we'll have a chance to actually meet physically. Of course, we are missing that. And well, let's keep fighting united for the future of the students. Thank you. Thank you, Claudius, for your kind words, for your passionate speech. Let's continue then. Let's continue this congratulations session. So to make it easier for me to moderate, I'd like to propose such a procedure. Would you, if you'd like to congratulate someone, just indicate that on the chat box. Right, I see the revision committee on the screen. They want to congratulate. Right, the revision committee wants to congratulate the new president, the council, the revision committee, the new revision committee. Sadly, we're missing one person. We just have the picture of the missing person. Best wishes to her. And we also would like to thank everyone who worked together with the revision committee. We like to thank the parliament, the fund, the central bureau. Thank you for spending your time. Thank you for answering your very long surveys. Thank you for meeting us. And I do hope that the next revision committee will be able to do that smoothly. Thanks a lot for letting us help you to help the students. Thank you for all that time together. Thank you for all the attention for our work. And of course, we congratulate the new revision committee team. Thank you. Thank you for the revision committee. I see that Justas wants to congratulate.
Nu gal neišrinktą prezidentą, bet man labai smagu girdėti visas šias sveikinimo kalbas.
Thank you.
Gražios ir labai prasmingos.
Well, it's very nice to hear all those kind speeches. First of all, I'd like to thank Claudius.
Palikai tikrai didžiulę žymę organizacijai.
Well, in those 2 years, Claudius, you really left a big mark in the organization. And I would like to also thank the revision committee. Thank you for your work. I would like to congratulate the new revision committee. I hope you do a good work the next year. And I would like to thank the annual convention. Thank you for trusting me. I do hope to not disappoint you, and I'll work for the students. I'll continue my job. I'll work for the interests of the Vilnius University students, and I'll be open. So if you want to come and discuss these institutional matters, you can always come and see me. Thank you. Thank you, Justas, for your congratulations. Beatrice is asking the floor for the old bureau. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm not Beatrice, but we live together and share this laptop. Claudius, our dear Claudius, this was a complicated year, like roller coaster. We learned a lot, we made mistakes, but from my bottom of my heart, I extend you my warm congratulations. So, of course, this is my open congratulations, and then in private I will extend you further congratulations. For the last year, you've been part of our team, and you ask, am I good enough? And I tell you, yes, you are. Don't forget. Positive thinking. Thank you for the revision committee. We would like to congratulate our former president, and Camila, now the floor to you. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well? Great. Claudius, I dedicate a poem to you. About the way it's snowing and the lost promises, the poem was. But we as a team would like to extend our thanks to Claudius, and also this poem is to Ilona, now the next one. When two people were walking together, and one person was as a son to another person. So as Ilona has said, this year has been extremely diverse, different, complex. Thank you for this year that has been great, interesting. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your answers to our questions. Sometimes our questions were not that easy to answer. Thank you for the opportunities that you gave us. We were laughing, we were crying together, we made jokes, we made plans for the future to conquer the world. And thank you for creating and being able to show the meaning when we didn't see any. Thank you for being able to create and encourage each other. And the last thanks for everything. It was my honor. And later on in the evening, we will extend our further thanks, or not. And now, thank you for the old bureau. The online conference, the advantage is that we don't have the group hugs, the cheesy group hugs. Now we can just talk. But of course, Thank you for the poems you read.
Svečiams suteikim žodį.
Now let's give the floor to our guest,
Intarpas geras Vilniaus jaunimo organizacijų
The-
sąjungos apskritas stalas.
the president of the youth organization would like to say a few words. Could you
Nuostabu. Tai aš labai trumpai neišsiplėsdamas Klaudijo.
just briefly,
Žmogus, kuris vedė
Claudius, I would like to
vaizdingus ir gerus
say this. You are the person who was the leader of VUSA. You did very important things.
rodė kelią ne vienai
You showed the path for a number of youth organizations who were able to find their path. You gave them pieces of advice.
tik studentų organizacijose. Tu
And I believe that you were a leader not only within the students' organizations, but in general within youth organizations. You were able to show them the right or the path to extend your criticism
ir aspektus, kurie yra blogai,
and to show aspects or things that could be improved. I know you for a long time, and I'm very happy and proud of the work you do in our organization. Justas, a word for you. I'm happy for you. I know you, and I hope that the organization will continue to work successfully, not only for the benefit of the students, but also for the young people. I would also like to extend my congratulations to the committee, newly elected committee. So in general, I would like to say for the United Students' future.
Ačiū, Vidmantai.
Thank you,
Ačiū
Vidmantas.
Visasui visam.
Thank you,
Gerai, toliau.
everyone.
Deja, matau,
Next on the line,
senoji taryba nori žodį.
the old council would like to give the floor, the former council. So, Claudio, first of all, it's highly symbolic that a year ago we were happy because we were the new council. We didn't know many things. We didn't know whom we will be working with, and you promised us you will help us, and you did. We had really an eventful year. We had many challenges that we managed to tackle. We had many experiences together, and we had experiences together, and I think that we will find them useful in the future. We're really thankful to you, and we wish you all the best. Wherever you go, wherever you take your well-deserved vacation, we wish you all the best. Don't forget your willingness to fight for the truth. Go ahead. Justas, for you, I would like to wish strength, determination, and don't forget why you started this journey to begin with. I hope that after 1 year's time, you will have great results to show to others. I'm sorry that we cannot meet face to face, but I think that our congratulations are extended directly via internet to all the people I've mentioned. I hope you are really good year ahead. Thank you.
Ačiū. Gerai, važiuojam toliau. Naujoji taryba.
The new council. Hello, everyone. Conference participants. I will start with Claudius, probably. I would like to thank from the newly elected council, we would like to extend our thanks to Claudius. And when we were discussing what we should say, we thought of this. We came together to the organization when we were just fresh students. And you were the leader of the organization when we all started. You were the face of the organization and the soul of the organization to us. We were very happy when you visited. We, of course, grew together with the activities we performed within our relevant departments. We were happy to participate in all the training where you participated. You talked with everybody, you encouraged everybody, expressed your opinion. And you noticed what we, the freshmen, did. and what we were doing. This was very inspirational for us to keep doing what we were doing. So we really saw you as a leader throughout these last 2 years. We're really thankful to you, and we would like to extend our thanks. Due to our joint efforts, we came to the point where we are now today, and we will keep moving towards the future together. I believe this is a good starting point to move forwards and to do good for the benefit of students. And we will continue using the good practices which you showed and taught us. So let's stand united for the common future of all the students. Thank you. Hi, Justas. Due to technical issues, we struggle to connect. But of course, it's very unfortunate we cannot hug each other and congratulate each other face to face. But we haven't forgotten you, and we decided to use this opportunity to present to you in a funny way this congratulations. So we would like to wish the best for you so that you would keep using your imagination and empathy. And we also wish you the best of motivation and inspiration to move forward. We also wish you the best with tackling the financial matters. And also we wish that this year will really be exceptional to you. What could be good is that music and philosophy would follow you throughout your path. And we also wish you that you had many ideas and fruitful ideas. In case you have any doubts, always trust in your team or paracetamol. And we wish you have good rhetoric speech to be able to reach the students, and that your organization would be as big as ancient Lithuania in its pagan days. We would like to wish you now maybe more seriously just to be a good leader, to move ahead with the organization and to be brave. Don't be afraid of making bold decisions which are necessary at the moment. We will be by your side to help you on this way. And hopefully we'll meet later to celebrate. Thank you. Thank you for the council. Now Vigailė on the list.
Hello. Well, as members of the previous parliament, I'd like to say that I'd like to thank Claudius and all Bureau for all our work together, for everything we did together. But then that's what's needed for a person who wants to progress. So thanks for helping in reaching welfare for our students together. And I'd like to personally thank Claudius for the 2 years we worked together. And I do think that we still have a lot in the future. But for now, I think you can just relax for a while and have a holiday. Afterwards, just onward. I always believed in you, and I will always believe you. And as Vigailė, as a member of social sciences, I would say social sciences forever. Thank you, Vigailė. Right, I see Beatrice and Ilona. What's the floor again? Ilona? Or is it Beatrice? Right, we see the picture. Thanks. I'd like to congratulate Claudius from the institutional support group. Congratulations, Claudius, for finishing your second term. I wish you freedom to do what you want in in life, but then don't forget to pass on for Justas the valuable things that he can carry on. And for Justas, I'd like to congratulate and wish for strength, and don't forget about take care of your health, and don't forget to rely on your team. Thank you. But she didn't want us to see her face, instead opted for a picture. Well, that's fine. Next on the list, Vilte. There, here you go. Right, I guess you can hear the renovation noises at my apartment. Been like that the whole day. As a member of the new bureau, I'd like to congratulate, actually thank Claudius and all his team.
Tokį dalyką, kad jūs visa komanda prisidėjote prie to, kad kur mes dabar esam.
You did a lot in bringing us to where we are now. You helped us grow. You helped us achieve our competences. And then Justas also helped. Justas also believed in us. So thank you for being. Thank you for being leaders and mentors for us. We could always look up at you and be inspired. For Justas, I'd like to say that we really trust in you. That's why we agreed to join your team. But then, when you made your introduction, prepared your speeches, and your guidelines, were very worried. We were really anxious. We really wanted to make sure that you succeed. So we really want to help you succeed and want to help you carry on our common idea and help you as your team. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Are there anyone else? I know there's at least one other group who wants to congratulate, but do you want to congratulate still during the video feed? Otherwise, we'll give the floor to the Bears and we'll finish off the video feed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, great. So I know that Arturas and our alumni want to congratulate you. Hello. Hello for all the participants of the convention. Hi, Andrews. Hi, everyone. Now we, the old guys, are the keeper of the old stories. And we see a new story coming to a close. We see a 2-year-long page of WUSA's history. So, as always, we want to congratulate the new president and to congratulate the people who the ones you see in the screen. I also want to thank the people you see there. I'm not alone here. We have friends. Now you know the tradition. For the former president of WUSA, we present a pin. It's not gold, but then, well, not only gold is valuable. Actually, it's not that easy to pin it. This. So we had the new rules allow even in the pandemics. So best congratulations for you. Then would also like to join your congratulations. And Claudius, after 2 weeks, you should call us and ask us what to do next. And of course, we'll have a good answer for you. Andres is laughing because he's been through that. Now, Justas, there's this old tradition. And you can see this tradition over here. What's that? Well, you can see a suitcase. You can see a list of the presidents. It's only missing Claudius so far. We have this ambition from the year 2000. And no one used this suitcase for the first 7 or 8 years. But then this suitcase has a very special content. So I do think that sometimes you're going to need that during the discussions. And by the way, you mentioned that one could be afraid to not know something, but you shouldn't be afraid of that. Because, well, on a phone, you can always reach the former members. And there are no former members for the VUSA. Everyone is still there. You can always ask for help. You can always ask for help to discuss things with us, and we'll be glad to help. All the veterans, all the alumni who are in the conference, in the convention, will be glad to come and help. Just don't worry and don't be afraid to give us a call if you need something. If you need some input, some idea, some support. So from our side, do you have any comments? No? Okay. Right, so that's it from our side. I would like to also congratulate the annual convention and the whole VUSA, because VUSA is not a one person, it's a huge organization that continues in its traditions. So congratulations for everyone. So I'll give back the floor back to Andres. Thank you. Well, I'd like to join in the same congratulations. I can't be in bureau with everyone. I have to stay home, but then I do hope that we'll meet soon. And I would just like to join in and say that, well, my term wasn't that long ago. So I remember the end of the term, and I still remember my term. So Claudius, I do know what emotions you have now, even if it brings tears to your eyes. I do think that you will have much more joy tomorrow, maybe, or in the evening, because you'll feel free finally. So just take a look one more time to your own reports and be glad at what you've done. Now, one thing that you won't feel good about is that there will be a lot of things missing and not everything is done. But then there will always be new good ideas for activities. You should share them, and maybe someone will be able to carry them out. Right, Justas, as Arturas said, don't be shy to call and ask for your questions. Now, I know that in about October or November, you will be thinking that you made a mistake in running for this office, but then in February, you'll start thinking about your second term. However, I believe that now you have plenty of energy, so go ahead and start working as soon as possible with all the energy that you have now. It might be difficult to start now because we don't have as many opportunities to communicate physically, but then you'll still be able to do it. So don't worry, October or November, call me. We'll have a beer and we can discuss what's not going wrong. So, congratulations from the alumni, and I congratulate you as a chairman of the conference. And I think that we can close the conference, close the formal part. So I announced that the conference is over and the video feed is also over.